turning on the live stream. Stand by, we'll call to order in just a moment. I'm just getting some updated information from the clerks here. Good morning and welcome back to the continuation of Wednesday's public hearing. My test came back negative, so I'm happy about that. Very grateful to be able to be here in person for this last dance. I'm just trying to get into the right screen here as we shift from the previous meeting to this one. So I'll start with a roll call of members of council, and then once we've established attendance, I'll update you on where we're at with the agenda. So Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Katarina.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Zadig.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Essinger.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Hamilton. She might not be able to join us this morning. Okay. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor McKean.
Present.
Councillor Nicol. Councillor Nicol. Okay. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Walters. Good morning. Live and on deck. Councillor Banga.
Good morning.
Excellent. Okay, well, that's more than enough to get started. So where we landed is we did not get to the Westmount item the other day. So to the long-suffering Strathern folks and Glenora folks, we've still got the Westmount item ahead of you. So apologies, but our goal will be to get to all of it today. So we're going to get as far as we can this morning. Then we do have a scheduled lunch break. We may adjust that a little bit, playing it by ear here, depending on how we're doing, working through the items. But hopefully we'll be able to get through all of this today. So thank you for coming back. I know it's super disruptive to have to sit through a whole long day, not get to you, and then not know when we're going to get to you today. So you have my sympathies. Trust me, we have to sit through all of them too, so we know what it's like. So anyway, thank you for your perseverance in this. I just note that on the Strathern item, we've had a couple of changes to the speakers list. Speaker number 8, Graham Sturparn has withdrawn, and we have 2 additions. Caitlin Shea to answer questions only. By remote has been added, speaking in favor, and then in opposition, a Debbie Shacker. Is Debbie here with us this morning? Welcome. Who will be speaking in person, has been added to those opposed. No other changes that I'm aware of at this point to the speakers list. So, but if they change, we'll let you know. So, okay, without further ado, let's get the presentation on Westmount.
Ms. Holly Mickelson will be giving the presentation.
Good morning. This application is to rezone a site in the Westmount neighborhood from DC2 to 2 new DC2s. The current DC2 includes 3 distinct areas, and this rezoning proposes to remove the northern area from the DC2 in order to allow for a revised building design and layout. As such, a new DC2 would be applied to the remaining 2 areas, although they remain the same in intent. Next slide, please. The site is located on the southwest side of Clifton Place, which is a cul-de-sac running along the top of Grote Ravine with views of the ravine and the river valley. There are 5 single detached houses along the road southeast of the subject property, and a publicly accessible park is currently under construction on the site to the north. The site is located south of 102nd Avenue, which is an arterial road with a separated 2-way bike lane and frequent transit service. 124th Street is also an arterial roadway supported by frequent transit service and is located approximately 200 meters to the east. The site is located approximately 570 meters from the future 124th Street LRT stop. Next slide, please. In 2011, this area was comprehensively rezoned from RF1 to a DC2 with 5 areas to allow 3 residential towers, row housing, and a public plaza. The community contributions included the public plaza, public art, roadway and sidewalk improvements, pedestrian connections, and a trail and viewpoint behind the properties along the top of bank. Next slide, please. In 2017, a rezoning was approved which revised 2 of the areas and thus removed them from the comprehensive rezoning. These areas included one of the residential towers and the public plaza from the original DC2. No revisions were made to the remaining sites, although the trail behind the southern 2 sites was mistakenly removed. This error was noted immediately following the public hearing and flagged by administration for correction with any upcoming rezonings. The community contributions for the subject site at the time included the public plaza, public art, and roadway and sidewalk improvements. Next slide, please. The rezoning proposed today would remove another one of the areas from the DC2 and leave the remaining 2 areas substantially unchanged. As the original DC2 contemplated the community contributions comprehensively, this application proposes to clarify and distribute the remaining contributions equitably between the remaining 3 areas. Throughout the application's process, various ideas for revisions to the community contribution were proposed. However, following technical review and community consultation, it was requested that the trail and viewpoint be maintained and constructed alongside this development, rather than removing it or providing funds to its future construction. Therefore, the proposed rezoning maintains this requirement to develop the viewpoint and the connecting trail from the public plaza, provide a public easement along the southern property line of the future development of the trail connection to Clifton Place, and provide public art. As the site to the south is not part of the proposed development, and both the existing and previous DC2 provisions require the trail connection through the public easement to be provided on the south side of the shared property line, it was determined that developing the portion of the path from the viewpoint up to the easement would not make sense at this time, as it would result in a dead end at the property line indefinitely until the property to the south were to be redeveloped. So, in lieu of this portion of the path, and in response to the community support for upgrading the connection at the end of Clifton Place to 125th/Jasper Avenue, the applicant is proposing to complete this improvement alongside their development. The remaining 2 sites in the DC2 would be required to complete the remaining portions of the trail, connecting the viewpoint back to Clifton Place along the north edge of Area A and around the south and east side of Area B. Next slide, please. With regard to the proposed revisions to the residential tower on the subject site, the existing DC2 is for a 16-story tower located towards the southern portion of the site, with a podium consisting of townhome type development fronting onto Clifton Place. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning would allow for the development of a residential tower that maintains these key characteristics when compared to the existing DC2. It's a maximum height of 55 meters or approximately 16 stories, a maximum of 55 residential dwellings, a maximum of floor area ratio of 3, and a maximum floor plate of 650 square meters. Next slide, please. The main revisions proposed include moving the tower slightly north on the lot and adjusting the tower outline by removing the podium and townhome components. The proposal also includes updates to align with current zoning bylaw standards for landscaping and sustainable design. The proposed revisions for the 2 remaining areas include renaming them to areas A and B and updating definitions, use classes, and regulations to current zoning bylaw standards. No substantial revisions are proposed. Next slide, please. The image on your screen represents the differences in views from surrounding buildings if the proposed DC2 were approved and built. The largest impact would be to the residents of the 6-story podium structure on the building, which is currently under construction. Next slide, please. The application aligns with the city plan, which identifies 124th Street as a primary corridor and both 124th Street and 102 Avenue to be supported by citywide mass transit. As defined by the plan, a primary corridor is a prominent urban street designed for living, working, and moving. The typical massing and form within 3 to 5 blocks is expected to be mostly mid-rise with some high-rise buildings. Next slide, please. Due to the public health precautions related to COVID-19, An in-person public engagement session was not held for this proposal, but instead the main form of engagement on the application took place between June 28th and July 19th, where online feedback was gathered through the City of Edmonton's Engaged Edmonton webpage. The page was visited by 281 people, 19 of whom either asked questions or left comments. And of these 19, 10 indicated support for the proposal, 7 were opposed, and 5 left mixed commentary. In addition to the previously mentioned public feedback regarding the community contributions, common comments received through the online public engagement forum included that improved pedestrian connectivity is welcome, appreciation for the building design, concern that widening the building will affect the shadowing and view of current residents, concern about the increase in vehicular traffic, and concern with the construction and traffic noise. Administration also met several times with the neighboring landowner to the south to discuss the proposed DC2, the history of the zoning in the area, including the location of the trail as required by the existing DC2, and to outline the DC2 rezoning process. There's also been a private sign erected by the property owner on the site to the south, which has caused some confusion with surrounding property owners. And we'd like to provide some clarification that this desired 10-story tower does not conform to the current zoning, nor does Development Services have an application for this site at this time. Next slide, please. The proposed revisions to the existing approved residential tower are minor in nature and encourage the development of a vacant parcel, which includes a top-of-bank trail and a viewpoint for the enjoyment of surrounding residents. Administration is in support of this application, and it is of the opinion that it further advances the city's goals and objectives around sensitive infill and diversity of housing within Edmonton's core neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mickelson. Ms. Jerzak had indicated if it was selected, she had a presentation. So go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Chelsea Jerzak from Situate, and my presentation this morning will cover the highlights of Edgar Development's rezoning application for their site in Clifton Place in the neighborhood of Westmount. Next slide, please. So as you know, this site is located at 10143 and 10145 Clifton Place at the top of the river valley and abutting the Groat Ravine. The proposed new zone, as Ms. Mickelson's presentation stated, for the subject site is very similar to the existing zone that's been in place there since 2011. The new zone would allow for a building to be built on the subject site with a maximum height of 55 meters and a maximum density of 55 dwellings, which is the same development intensity as what's approved there today. The reason for the rezoning is to change the shape of the building, which I will speak more about in just a few moments. Next slide, please. So before I get into the building shape, I'm going to talk just briefly again about the approval history for the Clifton Place area. The area, including the subject site, has gone through 2 previous rezoning approvals. It was first rezoned from the RF1 single detached residential zone to a comprehensive DC2 zone in September of 2011. The 2011 rezoning applied to sites on both sides of Clifton Place and established 5 sub-areas, which you can see in the left-hand diagram on the slide. The purpose of the 2011 rezoning was to accommodate the comprehensive redevelopment of Clifton Place, including 3 towers with height variations and appropriate separation space between them. In 2017, the site was again rezoned to another DC2. The primary purpose of the 2017 rezoning was to split the zone and remove areas A and B from the 2011 DC2 and to make some changes to Area A, which is now under construction as the Glenora Park Retirement Residence. That rezoning renamed the old areas C, D, and E to areas A, B, and C, which you can see on the slide in the diagram on the right. No development regulations in the residual areas A, B, and C were changed, and the 2017 zone is what currently applies to the subject site. Next slide, please. So our current DC2 application basically does the same thing as what happened in 2017, which is to remove the subject site, which is Area A in the current DC2 959, so that it will have its own zoning independent of the other 2 areas included in the 2017 zone. The proposed site plan for Area A is on the slide before you. Regulations for the residual areas B and C have been carried over into a separate DC2, which you will find in Schedule C in Charter Bylaw 19857, which is before you today. Development rights for those residual areas have not been changed. That new DC2 in Schedule C simply updates terminology but carries forward all previous regulations. The DC2 in Schedule C is a necessary component of the bylaw before you because it ensures that the current regulations for the residual areas remain in place. Any change to those areas would require a separate future rezoning application. So as I mentioned, the development intensity of our current application maintains the maximum development intensity from 2011. The main difference between the past approval and the proposed new DC2 relate to the shape of the building in Area A. The front and the rear setbacks are larger, and the building is slightly wider and closer to the adjacent private park to the north. In addition, the podium height has been reduced from 11 meters to 6 meters. Next slide, please. So you can see the shapes of the building on the slide in front of you. These diagrams from administration's report. The red building outlined on the left-hand diagram shows the building shape that's approved on the site now, and the green building outlined on the right-hand side shows the proposed shape. Change slide, please. The view corridor study up on this slide is also from admin's report, and it shows that the shape of the proposed new building results in a net gain to the views from the existing adjacent building, which is shown on the slide in teal. Next slide, please. So the community amenity contributions written into the proposed DC2 have a value of $216,000 and include the construction of a publicly accessible trail and viewpoint, which is shown in green on the slide, as well as a public art contribution and the resurfacing of the pedestrian connection from Clifton Place to Jasper Avenue and 125 Street. Both the subject property and the property to the southeast are required to register a 3-meter wide easement to ensure that there will be space for a generous public path connecting the viewpoint back to Clifton Place. These easements on the two separate properties have been a component of the Clifton Place DC2 since 2011. Next slide, please. With regard to neighbor engagement, as part of the DC2 rezoning process, in January of this year, the project team sent out 88 pre-application notifications to assessed owners within 120 meters of the site to inform them about the rezoning application. We received 8 responses and had communications via phone and email with 6 people, and we did not receive a response from the other 74 recipients. The project team also met with representatives from the Westmount, Glenora, and Oliver community leagues in February of this year and sent them an update about the public hearing in August. In addition, administration sent out notifications about the application in May and conducted engagement through the Engaged Edmonton portal in July, as summarized in administration's report. Next slide, please. So lastly, in terms of policy support for the project, City Plan, of course, supports residential infill at a variety of scales, densities, and designs within all parts of the residential policy area. This proposal is aligned with this key goal. The proposal also supports one of the major objectives of City Plan, which is to enable Edmontonians to live closer to what they need and to be supported by walkable communities, active transportation networks, and greater connectivity.
I'm sorry, Ms. Jerzak, we're at the end of the time.
With that, I will conclude and say thank you so much to admin for their work alongside us. And
thank you, Ms. Jerzak. Thank you. I'm going to enforce the 5 minutes rigorously because
fair enough.
We've got a lot to get through today. So, but thank you. Questions for Ms. Jerzak? Going once, going to Councillor McKean. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Zach, again, I guess it's a bit of a question of why we're here today. Moving the building to the north, removing the town homes. Is it market conditions would be the argument that you're making as to why this needed to be done?
Mr. Edgar will speak about this in more detail in his presentation, but the development intensity isn't being changed, so there's no upzoning here. There is some design changes that are being made, so 10 years on with the onset of the development and bringing an architect onto the project, some design choices have been made that require the rezoning to change the shape of the building.
Yeah, okay, I'll ask Mr. Edgar. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Zach? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Mr. Edgar?
Great, thank you. And I will, I'll only be 4 minutes. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Henry Edgar. I'm a partner at Edgar and the applicant on the rezoning file before you today, which we have named the Clifton. Thank you for taking the time to hear my presentation and consider this application. I'd also like to thank administration for their diligent and collaborative approach to this file. Next slide, please. As most of you are aware, Edgar has been acquiring and developing land in Edmonton since 2012. We're committed to city building and engaged in our collective goal of providing housing options for all Edmontonians. In all our developments, we focus on appropriate integration with the surrounding area and fostering a sense of community within our buildings through amenity offerings and thoughtful design. Next slide, please. At Edgar, we develop projects with a variety of built forms. This slide showcases 3 of our high-rise developments: the McLaren, a recently completed 240-unit mixed-use building on the corner of 124th Street and 102nd Avenue; the Hendricks, a 260-unit rental building on the corner of 98th Avenue and 111th Street; and the Shift, an upcoming transit-oriented development in the Warehouse District, which will feature 730 rental apartments located in 2 towers built in conjunction with the West Valley Line LRT and the Warehouse District Park. Next slide, please. 2 of our more recent projects are mid-rise developments, the first being our West Oliver mixed-use project, which was successfully rezoned last week and will commence construction prior to the end of the year. And second is a file which will be seen by the next council for the redevelopment of the Army and Navy building along with adjacent land on White Avenue. Next slide, please. This brings me to the application we have in front of you today. Like all the projects previously mentioned, we've given careful thought to designing a building that timelessly blends into the fabric of the neighborhood with an artful combination of architecture and sophistication. The intention of the design is to make a unique architectural statement reminiscent of the old Royal Alberta Museum, with an elegantly landscaped front yard on Clifton Place and an architectural facade that provides privacy to the buildings across the street and interest to those walking by. As Chelsea mentioned, we're committed to ensuring that this development has a positive impact on the neighborhood. As part of our amenity contribution, we will be developing a top-of-bank trail connection and a viewpoint platform to the west of the building, allowing the public to take advantage of the spectacular view of the river valley below. We'll also be providing a public art contribution and upgrading the existing pedestrian connection from Clifton Place Road to 125th Street to make it more welcoming for the public to explore the area. In addition to this, we are owners of one of the 2 properties southeast of the Clifton, currently approved for row housing. And it is our intention to build as zoned to appropriately distance towers along Clifton Place Road and maintain view corridors for the residents northeast of the property. Next slide, please. In recent years, we've had a specific focus on developing in West Oliver and have been actively collaborating with city administration, adjacent community leagues, the 124th Street BIA, and a number of local businesses, property owners, and organizations in the area toward a shared vision for a new district we are informally calling the West Village. The diversity of housing, restaurants, art galleries, and local retailers, all situated in the nexus of mature neighborhoods with abundant green space, makes this an ideal location for vibrant mixed use and residential developments. All of this meets the goals and the vision of the new city plan and will foster further development in the area with the goal of bringing people back to our core. The Clifton will be one more step in realizing that vision, and if approved today, will commence construction in the spring of next year. Next slide, please. And seeing as this is your last public hearing and we're one of the last items on your agenda, on behalf of Edgar, I'd like to thank this council for its dedication to the city. It's been a pleasure to work with all of you, and we're here to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Mr. Edgar. Questions, Councillor McKean?
Yeah, thanks very much. Mr. Edgar, first off, why this application? You're not really getting any additional development rights, but shifting things around. So an explanation, please.
Yeah, I would tell you, Councillor McKean, that often direct controls, it's as though you designed a house for yourself and you sold that design to somebody else. They'll usually make some tweaks because they want things in different places. So this direct control was done by a different group that had a different vision for the site. And the architect that we hired and seeing the new development and that was done by One Properties took us to a place where we wanted to focus most of our units to look at the River Valley and not at Clifton Place Road. And as you indicated earlier, market conditions and costs showed us that that would be the best return on our investment.
So not interested in relitigating an old rezoning here, but there were community benefits in the design, in Plaza, in the 3-meter wide easement. So what's different here versus what was in the original DCs as far as giving public accessibility to Edmonton's most important amenity, and that's the River Valley?
Nothing. We're doing the exact same thing that the previous DC was going to do. So that trail connection from the private public park that One Properties is creating remains, and the viewpoint remains, and the eventual connection when the lots to the southeast are built remains. In fact, the only thing that would change is we are fast tracking the improvement of the connection from Clifton Place Road to 125th Street, because that would have been completed when the development sites closer to that connection at the end of the road were developed. That's when it would be done, but we feel that the area would benefit from that sooner than later.
Yeah, I'm a little bit not absolutely clear on, we have a public accessible trail and viewpoint, and then we have the 3-meter wide easement. How do they fit together?
So the zoning has always had that pathway straddling the southeast edge of our lot and the northwest edge of the other lot, which was an equitable way to share the burden of that path. I'm going to call it burden, but it alters the sites.
Yeah.
So as Ms. Mickelson mentioned, it didn't really make sense for us to build a dead-end pathway connection that terminates at our sight line. So that will be, both of the sites allow this 3-meter easement each, which allows for a total of a 6-meter easement to provide a generous space for the path to eventually connect back up to Clifton Place Road, in addition to in front of the other development sites along the bank.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet.
Thank you. Councillor Zadek?
Thanks. Well, I clicked on before I knew the nature of Councillor McKean's questions. I was going to ask about that path as well, but I feel fairly satisfied. But I guess since I have the floor, and I'll be really quick. Yeah, so the path shown in Schedule C, is that absolutely necessary in the alignment as presented? Just some thoughts on that, Mr. Edgar.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I'll let administration answer that, as that was part of their planning for the area with the previous applicant. But I do think it's a good idea to have the path there as an eventual connection. It just provides further meandering for the public to explore the area and enjoy the architecture. So we have provided our 3-meter easement to allow for it in our design, and yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks. No more questions.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. Any other questions for Mr. Edgar? Not seeing any. Any questions for Mr. Booth from Situate? Not seeing any. Then we'll hear now from those in opposition. Mr. McKenzie's here in person. Come on down.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of council. I'll pull up my glasses here. The bylaw before you contains 3 schedules, A, B, and C. And Schedule B deals with the Edgar property, which is now proposed for development, and we do not want to oppose this development. But we have a real problem regarding a proposed trail, which has been relocated from the Edgar property onto our Lot 5 next door. And I've learned a lot about that trail in the last presentation. The trail is identified in the existing zoning on the Edgar land. The Edgars purchased this land under the existing zoning, knowing the trail was required on their land. But the trail is now proposed to be transferred onto our Lot 5, making Lot 5 virtually undevelopable. Why has the trail been relocated? I just discovered in the presentation of Ms. Jerzak that it's been an offset. When this whole process started, we received the notice of the project, and I contacted Ms. Jerzak, who promised to provide me with a copy of their site plan as soon as it was prepared. She never did. The first time I saw the site plan was in the first version of the zoning that was circulated to various parties. So they were not very helpful in communicating with us about this trail and the site plan. Schedule C in the bylaw covers a 5-lot area comprising the rest of Clifton Place. 4 of those lots are owned by my family, and we have lived on Clifton Place for more than 70 years. In addition to relocating the trail from the Edgar site onto our Lot 5, Schedule C also proposes to add a long trail along the back of all lots in Schedule C. We're not opposed to trails, but this trail is not shown in the existing zoning. This trail location would be almost impossible to implement, as discussed, and we believe there are better solutions available. We have requested a meeting with the administration to review and discuss better solutions, but in their rush to advance this bylaw, this has not been possible. We did have a virtual meeting with the administration after this bylaw was already being processed to council. And it was suggested that the trails in the existing zoning, passed in 2017, were a mistake. And the administration is now correcting that mistake 4 years later. If there was a mistake recognized 4 years ago, it should have been corrected 4 years ago. If there was a mistake, did it happen because the developer in 2017 was so intent on rushing their rezoning through the last meeting of council before the 2017 election? We began a process to look at putting forward a design for Lot 5. About a year ago, we engaged a very good architect to come up with a plan. We had discussions with city people. We put it through a preliminary review. Never was it mentioned that the connecting walkway across the property would be a factor. We were relying on the 2017 zone, which was in place. So here we are again with this developer trying to rush through another rezoning in the last meeting before the next election. Despite the fact that the administration had advised us there was no way the Edgar rezoning could make it to council until sometime after the election, here we are today. And in the rush to get this rezoning through, there is serious confusion regarding notice. We have provided copies of the first and second notices we received, as well as the copy of the notice of this public hearing. I hope you will note that the area covered by Schedule C is only highlighted in the final notice after the bylaw was on its way to council. We propose either the bylaw be referred back to the administration to allow for proper discussion of available trial alternatives. We think there are a lot. We've lived in the area a long time. Or the bylaw be approved as Schedules A and B, and Schedule C be removed from the bylaw. I'd be pleased to answer any questions, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wakefield. I'm sure there are some. I'll start with Councillor McKean.
Thank you, but there are a lot of moving pieces here.
Yes, sir.
And it's a lot to keep track of,
Yes.
whether it's history or the various lots and the changes. So I'm going to ask you, so there's a public easement between the Edgar lands, I'm going to call it that, the development proposed today, and your land. Is that right?
There, in the existing zoning, there is a requirement that shows a trail, we'll call it the connecting trail, which is shown on the Edgar site. Yes, sir.
So your suggestion is that it was on the Edgar site, it's been shifted onto your site?
Yes, sir.
And that is the 3 meters or 6 meters. So you're suggesting to us today that what has happened is what was originally on the Edgar site, 6-meter easement, is now been shifted completely off the Edgar site onto your site?
That's what the zoning says now. That's what Schedule C says, yes, sir. But I just learned today in this presentation that apparently they made a deal, which we were unaware of. They decided not to put the trail on their property, even though they've left a 6-meter wide easement on their property for a trail. And they traded it off to build a shorter trail down at the end of Schedule C.
Well, that's obviously something we need to get clarification on for sure.
Yes.
Secondly, are you suggesting that administration would not meet with you?
They would not meet with us before the bylaw was finalized to discuss this rezoning. It was foisted on us after the fact.
Okay.
And meanwhile, we were carrying on discussions with people in the department to develop Lot 5, and we were unaware of a lot of these other things going on in the deal between the Edgars and the administration.
Okay, well, you've given me questions to ask our administration when we get to them next up. So thank you very much, Mr. McKenzie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McKenzie, any other questions for Mr. McKenzie? Mr. Zadig? Councillor Zadig?
Yeah, thanks. And Councillor McKean asked a lot of my questions, and it sounds like the ward councillor will be following up with administration. But I guess the only thing I would ask then at this point is, you say that you're not opposed to the development, and I take that to mean the concept of the building, but because it is sort of binary at times, if you're either for it or you're against it, and you're registered in opposition, to be blunt. So just sort of, where do you stand as it is presented, yes or no, for this development?
Councillor, we do not oppose the development as proposed on the site. We just think that the trail should be provided in the area that is identified on the site and available for providing that connection. We're not opposed to the development per se.
Yeah, and I mean, not to really force an answer out of you, but the trail is part of the development. So is this make or break for you?
I didn't quite understand that question, sir. I'm sorry.
The development as proposed has the trail as shown in Schedule C. So you're not opposed, it sounds like you're not opposed to the building, but the overall development concept, are you in favor of it or against it?
We do not oppose the development. I think it's a very decent development. But what Mr. Edgar said about they didn't want to build a dead-end trail is very misleading, in that if they did provide the trail, it would provide a second connection out to that viewpoint, which was always intended by the city and all the previous zoning. To say it's going to be dead-end is just not true. If you built it out to there, it would be a logical connection out to the point. If you could pull up a diagram, please, city clerk or whatever, you can see how that access or the viewpoint should logically be accessed by two routes. One would come through the walkway that's in contention, and which could be provided entirely on the Edgar property.
I'm not sure the clerks have access to those slides, because those were the proponent slides, I think, but unless there was something in the administration presentation. But when we ask questions, we can ask administration to bring up some mapping. So when we ask questions of administration.
For sure, yeah, Mr. Mayor, I feel that my question was sufficiently answered to my satisfaction without seeing the slides. And so I'll end my questions here. I anticipate questions from the ward councillor and look forward to the responses from administration, but happy to see this go forward, and no more questions for the speaker in opposition. Like, I mean, I'm happy to see this conversation go forward, not the development, to be clear. Okay,
yeah,
that's all.
We got to stay open to persuasion until the public hearing's closed, as you know. So good stuff.
100%, yes.
Yeah, or at least 96%. I don't know what the threshold is. Thank you, Councillor Zadek. Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Mr. McKenzie, to say the least, I am still unclear how this new application, I guess, affects your property.
Excuse me, sir, I didn't quite understand the question.
Could you be able to explain to me how this new application affects your property? I am still unclear.
That's a very good question. It affects our property, our Lot 5, which is a 50-foot wide lot right next to the Edgar lot, from becoming developable. If we're required to provide a 3-meter easement on our side, it reduces the width of that lot by about 10 feet. So it's 40 feet wide rather than 50 feet wide. When we hired our architect, Gene Dubb, who is a very creative individual, he came up with a very good design for the lot based on a 50-foot width that we cannot build with an easement on it. So we'd like to remove the easement, put the walkway on the side, on the Edgar side, and then the property is developable. And
Okay.
we'd been dealing with the administration for the better part of a year, and that walkway was never mentioned.
Yeah, I don't know if how the administration could actually, I'll ask those questions from the administration, but how could you be forced to, I guess, have your property taken away from you? Basically, that's what you're saying, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll ask those questions. I'm still not clear because all those moving parts, lots A, B, C, et cetera, and different parcels. But I guess when administration answer those questions, I probably would be more clear. Thank you.
Sir, could I say, one of the suggestions we've made to council is that they could just eliminate Schedule C from this bylaw. We had a good discussion after the fact, after this was on the way to council, with Mr. Ford, who was very open and candid in telling us that nobody knows where these trails can be provided in the future. They'll have to be worked out with future zoning. So what we're saying, let's leave it out of Schedule C, and we'll work it out when these properties are rezoned. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Councillor McKean, you had more questions? Okay, I'll need a motion for a second round.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. I'll second that. Any objections to a second round of questions? Going once, going twice. Then by unanimous consent on the second round, go ahead, Councillor McKean.
Yeah, I'll be really quick, Mr. McKenzie. There's just one other element here. So, and again, I apologize for my confusions over the history and the moving pieces. So, was the easement part of the 2011 DC, and then administration admitted there was an error in 2017? Is that part of all this, that it was part of 2011 but not part of 2017? Is that why we have confusion today?
I think that's fair to say, sir. Yes, they're relying on an architectural sketch that was provided as a backup to the zoning in 2011 that showed trails going in a lot of places, and it was a very attractive architectural sketch.
You supported the 2011 zoning?
As a comprehensive rezoning, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, we're going to have a lot of questions for administration, I think. So thank you very much again.
Thank you.
I see no further questions for you, Mr. McKenzie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Oshry, are you with us? Is he on the call? He was very patiently with us the whole other day. So, Mr. Oshry, we can't hear you, though.
I can see that Mr. Oshry is unmuted. It may be helpful to leave the meet and rejoin. Sometimes it just needs a little reset for the audio to work.
Okay, well, if you can hear us, Mr. Oshry, maybe you can pop out and pop back in and reset on your end. We could take a 2-minute recess to see if we can get him on the line. So let's just take a moment here. Stand by. Line. Do we need a fresh roll call?
Not as far as I'm concerned.
It probably doesn't hurt, Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
just to make sure we
Well,
have
on
quorum.
on the advice of the clerks, out of an abundance of caution, I will check with Councillor Katarina. Councillor Katarina? Might be trying to consume a dart real fast here. Councillor Zadek?
Yep.
Councillor Esslinger?
Here.
Councillor
Present.
Esslinger? Welcome back. Councillor Knack?
Good morning.
Morning, Councillor McKean.
I'm here.
Councillor Nickel? No? Okay. We'd had word that he can't come back this afternoon, but I guess that applies to this morning as well, even though it's in our calendar. Councillor Paquette?
Can't stop, won't stop.
Councillor Walters is just in the back. He's on an urgent phone call. Councillor Banga?
Still here?
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel?
Yes.
Welcome back. Councillor Katarina?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
There you go. Super. Okay, let's resume then. We do have Mr. Oshry on the line. So welcome, sir. The floor is yours for the next 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and members of council, thank you for giving me this opportunity to say a few words. I'd like to start off by agreeing with Mr. Mackenzie. I have felt over the past 2 or 3 weeks that there's a rush to put this, to get the bylaw amended, and I don't understand the rush. I, for example, asked the city to provide me with a copy of the geotechnical engineering report, which was obtained, and I was told it's not available. I think it is available if the applicant is prepared to provide it. I feel very strongly that the city has a fantastic reputation about having a green belt and about safeguarding the situation of the city with respect to the banks of the river. These lots are very close to the river. It's very easy to, it's easier to give permission or amend bylaws to enable large buildings to be built, but they need to be done with caution because they may impact on the riverbank at a later date. As far as I'm aware, and I'm no expert, I can't think of any other big development or developments which are as close to the riverbank as this particular one is. And what I'm particularly concerned about is that this is going to create a precedent for the other lots which are adjacent to the south. The bylaws with respect to the various lots have been amended from time to time, and no, we don't have any assurance as to what the next council or some council at a later date may do with respect to those lots. I wouldn't want what's happening here to be used as a precedent with respect to those lots. So my application is to ask for a postponement of this matter so that Mr. Mackenzie's problems can be resolved. I'm of the view, an inexpert view, that the application can't just be amended by excluding the one lot that Mr. Mackenzie talks about. And I haven't seen a geotechnical report. This needs more time. It's easy to pass the bylaw and have the building built, but you can never recoup the green land. And I repeat that I'm concerned about a precedent for the adjacent lots. And in conclusion, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just tell you that both my wife and I unfortunately tested positive, which is why I'm sounding a bit hoarse. So if you don't see me here for the rest of the day, it's not because I'm disinterested. It's because we are not feeling well. Thank you.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that, Mr. Oshry, but I'm glad you were able to join us nonetheless. Questions for Mr. Oshry?
No, I have no questions.
And fortunately for you, neither do we. So you're welcome to stay on and follow this way if it's easier for you to monitor the proceedings at edmonton.ca/meetings. You can follow the live stream from here, but you can feel free to stick around because there is an opportunity for new information as well. So I hope you feel better, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so those are all of the speakers we have registered. So turning to questions of administration, Councillor McKean.
Mr. Ford, you're up, are you?
Ms. Mickelson and I will help. Yep.
So I'll start with Mr. Oshry's questions about the geotechnical studies. Are they done between approval of zoning and permitting?
Councillor McKean, they may be done at various stages. They may have been done initially when these DC2s were done many years ago. They were maybe updated. They may be asked for again as part of an addendum to the next phase. So there's various stages, but we do have them, yes.
Councillor McKean, a geotechnical study was conducted with this rezoning and was reviewed by the city's geotechnical engineer, which did deem the development suitable and with sufficient distance from the urban development line, which is the line that is considered when development occurs along the City of Edmonton's Topper Bank.
So I'm going to ask you to do this very slowly and carefully and in plain language for my benefit.
Sure.
Mr. Mackenzie is here before us today to suggest that the easement, which I think is 6 meters total, has now been shifted completely onto his land and off the Edgar development. So there was 2011 approval, which I think included the easement. I don't know what happened in 2017, but I need to know, because that would be an issue of fairness, where we said there must be, to the satisfaction of the public and the city of Edmonton representing the public, there must be an easement to allow access to the river valley. The fairness question would be sharing that between property owners, which seems fair, or shifting it all onto one property owner without his knowledge. So please, if you could, Ms. Mickelson, walk me through that.
Sure. In 2011, that zoning was referenced at BC2 804. Appendices 5, 7, and 8, which are the appendices that show the trail network, all showed the trail on the south side of the shared property line between 4 and 5, which is the Edgar property that is in discussion today, and the Mackenzie's property to the south. In 2017, there was another rezoning, and there was 5 appendices as part of that rezoning. All but one of the appendices where there was an error, sorry, there were 6 appendices. All but one of those appendices show the trail on the south side again of the shared property line, the same way it was shown in 2011. There was an error on one of the appendices where it showed the trail on the north side on the Edgar's property. The reason why the city secures an easement on both sides is typical standard is a 6 meter or a 10 meter right of way, and the trail built within that. The trail isn't 6 meters wide. The trails are typically 1.2, which is not that desirable, but 1.2 to 3 meters wide, depending on the activities that happen in that connection. The reason why we're not asking for it to be built now is primarily it's shown on another property that isn't participating in this rezoning. And also that right now we haven't built that trail connection, or we haven't requested that trail connection from the viewpoint to the easement area, because we would be directing people to private property, which we would hold the easement, but there would be no upgraded trail connection there. So it could cause safety concerns. It could be guiding people to an area where they can't actually get out. So based in safety principles, we asked for only the vista, the viewpoint to be built so that it still remains in an open area and people can turn around and go back to the plaza area that's on the north side of Clifton Place.
So the easement itself, is it divided between the 2 properties equally?
Yes, there's a 3 meter easement on the Edgar property and there's a 3 meter easement on the Mackenzie property. The trail, the physical trail, is suggested or proposed in the zoning, as it always was, except for one appendice, to be built on the south side.
So this seems clear, but Mr. Mackenzie doesn't know, and he'll have an opportunity to come back up under new information. Did you in any way turn down opportunities to meet with Mr. Mackenzie and explain all this to him?
We met with the Mackenzies at least twice before the bylaws were published and once after the bylaws were published. And most of that information that I just quoted was actually from an email that we sent to the Mackenzies.
I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for administration?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, my question is, I'm still kind of confused there. Mr. Mackenzie is claiming that he is losing 7 extra meters of his property, but you're telling me that he is only losing 3 that he was supposed to lose. Is that correct?
Councillor Banga, as I mentioned, the 2 previous DC2s and the DC2 in front of you today has a trail connection from the top of Bank to Clifton Place, the roadway. That was shown on all but one appendice in the 2 different versions on the Mackenzie's property. The easement that is required in the DC2 is 3 meters. The trail would be built within that 3 meter easement.
So, okay, but how does Mr. Mackenzie's property it gets affected by this by this trail then, or, it rather than 50 meter to 40 meter, he says, feet.
Upon future development or upon future rezoning of the site, depending what occurs, they would, upon the development, they would be required to build that trail connection. It's also worth noting that the Mackenzie's property is in an area called Area B. There's 2 titled parcels in that area, and as of right now, it would need to be comprehensively developed, as there are buildings that would straddle property lines. But the impact is that upon future development, the expectation would be, or the requirement would be, that that trail connection be built and the easement be registered.
Okay, and it might be a lot question there. When we do advance these applications one at a time, do we consider what would be the consequences to the next property that is there is no application for that yet?
Yeah, definitely. So when this rezoning was originally done in 2011, it was done as a large comprehensive rezoning that spanned the north to the south side of Clifton Place Road. Since then, and as development occurs and individual developers choose to develop their land, we've seen pieces of it pulled out. The first one in 2017, the second one now. And so what's happening with this application is that it's a very isolated piece where it doesn't really affect other areas in the DC2. So they're able to request to shift their building, make some tweaks. Where the impact on the Mackenzies happens is if they'd like to rezone their area, is that there are 2 titled parcels in that area with 2 separate ownerships. So as a city, we need to see, for legal reasons, we need to see that DC2 come in more comprehensively, or the owners work together to propose something entirely different for the 2 sites or the 2 lots.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for administration? Going once, going twice. New information, Ms. Jerzak?
Thank you. I'll just maybe clarify a couple of items that have come up. With regard to the trail, the appendices in the 2011 and the 2017 DC2s are the 2011 appendix. It's Appendix 8 that shows the trail connection, the 3-meter easement on both sides. So if you have that handy for you, that would be useful to look at. But the current DC2, DC 2.959 says that the publicly accessible viewpoint and trail connection shall be developed at the time that Area A is developed, and the pedestrian connection adjacent to Area B shall be developed at the time that Area B is developed. So just reiterating what administration has said, that the 3-meter easement does apply 3 meters on each side, and the trail component has always been shown in drawings on the southern portion of the site.
Thank you. Questions on the new information? Not seeing any. Mr. Edgar, any new information?
Yeah, just again, furthering sort of on what Chelsea and Ms. Nicholson have said, there was one appendice where the trail was a bit confusing, and but the language within the 2011 and 2017 direct controls were very clear about it straddling the easements being on both property lines. So we did get clarification from administration on that. They informed us of the correct language. And in addition to this, in 2011, there were 3 property owners there. It was WAM Development, the Cook, Margaret Cook, who owned the property, the application today that's in question, and the Mackenzies. And all 3 groups worked collaboratively on that rezoning. My father actually led it at WAM, and this easement was discussed at length at that time. And Mr. Mackenzie did support the 2011 zoning. And so, those 2 sites between our tower and the tower to the southeast were very intentionally low-rise housing to provide appropriate distancing, and our intent is still to build our low-rise housing in our portion of that land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgar. Questions for Mr. Edgar? Councillor McKean.
So again, Mr. Edgar, I'm just trying to get absolute clarity here. The 2011 zoning and what you're applying for today would apply that easement equally, 3 meters onto each property owner. Mr. McKenzie
Correct.
does not seem to be clear on that, or these are my terms, not his, but that there may have been a sort of a move to shift responsibility for the easement off your property onto his property. I wanted your response to that.
Yeah, no, look, in no way, shape, or form was that the case. The easement has always been and is today shared equally between the two properties. We have 3 meters, they have 3 meters. At the time of rezoning in 2011, the Cook property had a tower, the Wham property had a tower, and the McKenzie properties had a tower. And as part of that upzoning for all of those towers, we had a network of pathways and view platforms, which, you know, will be built as the area is developed out. And so that was the give to get the towers, and all parties were involved in that decision.
So the other thing I think Mr. McKenzie was suggesting, and I wanted to get your position on this, was to refer this back and get clarity. And what would be the impact on you of referring this back?
It would inevitably delay our construction, and obviously because we're not prepared to showcase that we can build this building until we have the zoning, and in any formal manner, and ultimately, you know, there's risk in time. Economic conditions can change, and right now we're prepared to proceed with development permit drawings and building permit drawings in order to allow us to start construction in the spring.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Any other questions for Mr. Edgar? Not seeing any. Mr. Booth, any new information?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McKenzie, new information? Go on down.
Your Worship, members of council, just to respond to a few of the issues that came up in the questioning. This diagram shows the general area, and the Edgar property is here. Lot 5 that I'm referring to is right here, and there's been reference to easements and trails, and there's been a conflation of both. The 2011 zoning never referred to an easement, to my knowledge. The first time an easement came to the fore is in this year in relation to implementing the trail recommendations that are established in the existing zoning. Mr. Edgar has left in his site, he's left a 6-meter area on this side that would accommodate a trail very effectively. And it wouldn't be dead end, it wouldn't go nowhere, it would come out across the property, connect out to the viewpoint, and then go back on the other side, and you'd have a completed loop. I don't think they want to build that loop, although they certainly could. They could put that trail entirely on their property, and they should be completing this loop. Then we will work on the trail system for the rest of the area that covered by Schedule C in due course when these areas are proposed for development. The other issue with regard to the trail is by putting a 3-meter easement on each side of the property line, you are basically destroying 2 rows of mature vegetation which have been there for 50 to 60 years, to my knowledge. if the trail is put in the location that would be required by those two parallel easements, all of those trees would have to come down. If the trail is put on the Edgar property, which is where I think it belongs, all of those trees could be retained. The row of trees that exists on the Edgar property could be retained. The row of trees that exist on Lot 5 could be retained. And I'm particularly concerned about the trees, sir, because since the Rivera property went ahead, and it's just being finished right now, we've experienced very significant wind impacts from west winds, and most of the winds are from the west. We get strong winds coming down here. They're going to blow those trees over now that the now that this site has been cleared. We'd like to preserve as many of those trees as we can, and they can be preserved if the trail is relocated onto the Edgar property in the 6 meters that they've left for that purpose. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Mr. McKenzie, when you were up here half hour ago, your suggestion was that the easement for the trail had been shifted onto your property. The evidence we've heard from administration and Mr. Edgar himself was that it's 3 meters on each property. Do you agree with that now?
No, sir, because the zoning as proposed now removes a trail requirement totally from the Edgar property. The only place a trail is shown in the proposed zoning is on Lot 5. It's not shown on the Edgar property. So to talk about sharing is very misleading.
Yeah, try that one more time. So you're suggesting that the trail itself is on your property?
It's shown on the property line, but it's only shown in the zoning in Schedule C. If this zoning is approved, then the Edgar property is off the hook for sharing any responsibility for that walkway.
Did you have any meetings with Mr. Edgar about this over the last little while to deal with this?
Yes, sir. When we'd never received a copy of a site plan from the woman that's initiating the application, but we did call up and have a brief meeting with Mr. Edgar on May 10th to talk specifically about trails. We think there are a lot of better alternatives for trails in the area. We met with Mr. Edgar in his office, and to say that they're holding back on their marketing, the whole office is full of pictures of the proposed development, and they look very nice. But he told us two things very succinctly. Number one, he said he doesn't want a trail, and he said there will be no trail. What we didn't understand is that he meant on his land.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Mr. McKenzie, to me, it appears that this trail, when the properties were rezoned, I believe in 2011, they were, it was just one big chunk of land. And now, because it is in two different hands, to me, it looks like each development or application is trying to get the trail shifted to another property. And please comment on, shouldn't it be the responsibility of both?
A responsibility of both to?
Well, for the trail, because it has always existed. That's what we've been told by administration.
We're in total agreement with having a good trail system in the area, yes, sir. But in this case, the responsibility for that connecting walkway has been transferred from the Edgar property to our Lot 5 next door. That's the way the bylaw reads now, the proposed bylaw. And the existing bylaw shows the trail completely on the Edgar property. and for Ms. Mickelson to say that counting different sketch diagrams, saying that 1 out of 3 or something like that means that the first one was wrong is a little puzzling. It's planning is not paint by numbers. Planning should be trying to sort out the best solution for the area based on what's being proposed. And what's being proposed does leave a 6-meter area on the south edge of the Edgar property, which could accommodate the full walkway and preserve all of the trees.
Okay. I am still confused with this explanation or difference of explanations between you, Ms. Mickelson, and also Mr. Edgar there. And to me, it does not seem like anybody wants to take responsibility for this walkway. What the Edgars are saying that they are responsible for half, and you are saying that I should not be responsible for the other half. Is that correct?
No, sir. We would be responsible for a contribution to all of the trails in the area at the appropriate time when we propose our rezonings. But what they're doing in this case is they're offloading a defined responsibility for a trail on their property onto our property. And they apparently made a deal behind the scenes, we didn't know about it, to improve a very short walkway in another area as a trade-off for not building the walkway that's really required.
Okay. Okay, but I don't know. You got to make it clear to me why it was always there. This walkway was always there. Maybe the positions have changed, locations have changed, but how do you totally will be exempted from taking any part in that development when in the original I guess rezoning, it was supposed to be the entire set of properties that should be responsible for this walkway, wherever it is.
I'm not sure I understand your question, sir, but there was always a walkway connection contemplated. The 2017 zoning refined where it should be, and we're asking that council just stick to the existing 2017 zoning in that respect and place the walkway on the Edgar property in the 6-meter area they've allowed and preserve the trees.
All right. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. McKenzie? Not seeing any. Mr. Oshry, is he still with us? Any new information, sir?
Yes, I'm still here.
Any new information, sir?
Yeah, I have one question for Mr. Edgar. Is he prepared to provide a copy of the geotechnical engineering report, or at the very least, the date of it? I'm interested in knowing whether it was obtained within the last few months or whether it was done 10 years ago.
So, Mr. Oshry, it's fair to put that out there as a question, but it's not really a lateral conversation at this stage. So your query is noted, and we can see if there's any other new information arising. But strictly speaking, it's an opportunity for you to raise issues, which you've just done, not to question other folks. So, but we hear your question. Did you want to register anything else at this point?
Yes, the only thing I'd like to say about the walkway is obviously some confusion, which supports the position that I take that this matter should be postponed or adjourned until we have further investigation. It's been rushed too quickly, and I think everything should be dealt with at one time.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Oshry? Not seeing any. Then Councillor McKean.
Mr. Mayor, I'm prepared to move closure of the public hearing on the bylaw.
Okay, is there a seconder for that?
Second.
I think I got Councillor Katarina there by a whisker, so to close public hearing, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Walters.
Yes, Zadek.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. And we're just missing a few votes here. Councillor Cartmel?
Yes for me, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Councillor Cartmel had indicated he might be in and out this morning, and we're just missing your vote, Mayor Iveson.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. It hasn't come up for me. I'm a yes.
We have 9 votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I will move first reading on bylaw 19857.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, so first reading is before us. Did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I'm going to speak briefly and carefully. What we have before us is 2 different property owners with 2 different narratives. But ultimately, we have a rezoning that will pave the way for a new development on Clifton Place, which has been sitting fallow, if you will, for 10 years since the original rezoning. We're not relitigating that today, and what we really have is a slight change to the original proposal and project on the subject land, which we really haven't been debating, which means to me that is not a controversy before us today. Instead, we ended up focused on a trail or easement, which, again, there's disputes of the narrative between the 2 property owners. What I'm left with, what I have to rely on, is then the testimony from our administration, which, as I understand it, is that since 2011, there was an understanding written into the bylaw that the 2 property owners would share an easement there, 3 meters each, and that this particular bylaw follows those terms in the original bylaw. So I find myself somewhat discombobulated by Mr. McKenzie's arguments, but again, I'm just going to go on the factual evidence brought to us by administration on this one. And again, we have not been debating the project. Even Mr. McKenzie said that he thinks the project is fine. So I'm left with that, and I am going to support this project. I'm concerned about any delay, pushing it off to a new council without the background that we already have. So anyways, I will be supporting this through 3 readings. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any others wishing to speak? Not seeing any. Please vote on first reading.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor
I'm a
Katarina.
yes. I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Walters.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. And
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Councillor Benga. And we're just missing your vote, Mr. Mayor, and then we're good to go.
Yeah, it's not coming up. Not sure what's happening here. I'm a yes. Display the vote, please. Carried. 9-0.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move second reading of the bylaw.
Second.
Please vote on second reading.
Yes.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillors Walters and Zadek.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. We have 9 votes.
Now I know why it wasn't coming up before. I was in the wrong meeting. So now I'm in the right meeting. I've finally mastered eScribe after. Or has it mastered us? That is the question. That's carried 9-0.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move consideration of third reading on the bylaw.
Second.
To allow third reading to proceed, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Walters.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. And we have
Yes.
9 votes. Thank you, we have 9 votes.
Display the vote. Consideration is approved.
Mr. Mayor, I will move third reading of bylaw 19857.
Second.
Third and final reading, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Walters.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. We have 9 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. Okay, we are a minute before the scheduled lunch break. I know there's been a bit of chatter about shortening that potentially. I know some folks have some appointments over lunch as well. So I would take your direction. I mean, we're going to be a few hours on Strathern and then a bit of time on Glenora. That's an afternoon's work. So we can shorten a bit if you want. But we can pick up at 1:30 as the default, so. Not
Mr. Mayor, 1:30 would be suitable for me. I don't think half hour is going to make that much of a difference in the agenda.
Okay,
I'm off the same opinion.
pardon me?
I'm off the same opinion, 1:30.
Okay. The other thing, since we have 9 right now, is we'll maintain quorum as long as we have 7, but in case we lose any other folks, I'd like to suggest one minor change to the orders of the day, because this meeting is scheduled to finish at 5:30, and if that happens, I don't know what happens, limbo-wise. So I'm going to suggest that we amend the orders to end at completion of the last item. So we go from 1:30 until we're done. Otherwise, we need to designate an overflow time, and the challenge is if we have less than 9, we can't make changes to the orders. So if we lose one of you, then we're in limbo land, and I would have to call a special meeting probably for next week. And I will do that at the time of my choosing without consulting with you at this point. I shouldn't threaten that, but honestly, that's kind of where we're at. So
I will move that change of orders.
okay, so that would,
Second.
thank you. So we'll continue until we're done, and then also to reassure folks, we won't bounce you to another day if we do that. So, so that's been moved and seconded. Please vote to amend orders.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillors Walters and Katarina.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek.
I think I'll have to vote verbally yes for describe.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. And we have 9 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. We have sentenced ourselves accordingly. Okay, let's take our lunch break, recharge, and then we'll come back on the Strathern item at 1:30 sharp. Good afternoon and welcome back. We'll roll call to order in just a moment here. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back. I will take attendance starting this time with Councillor Zadek.
Yep, I'm still here.
Good afternoon, and I understand you got to slip out for a little bit in the middle of the afternoon.
Correct. Around 2:30, you might lose me. Well, you will lose me.
Okay, understood.
And then I'll try and rejoin when I can. Yes, thanks.
Great, thanks. Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Hamilton, I don't think is able to join us this afternoon. Councillor Henderson is still doing his thing. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor McKean.
Present.
Live and on deck. Councillor Nickel. No. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Walters.
Hello, sir.
Greetings. Councillor Banga.
I'm not here in the outdoors like Councillor Picat did, but I'm here. Thank you.
We take all comers, so welcome, Councillor Banga. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Katarina.
Good afternoon.
Great, that's everyone we were expecting. There was a request about, or an inquiry about the order of the two items, and I think some hope from the Glenora folks that they could sneak in first. Unfortunately, we have to stick with the order in which these have come forward to us. So to the Glenora folks, bear with us here. We'll get to you as quick as we can while doing justice to the Strathern item, which is up next. I'm just going to run through the highlights of the proceedings one more time here, which is that, again, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw, then those members of the public who we have registered to speak will be invited to make presentations. Those in favor will speak first, followed by those opposed. Each will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer here in the room. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own to keep track of your time limit. Once you've finished your presentation, please stay at the podium or online, as council may have questions for you. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all speakers and questions have concluded, I'll ask each speaker if they wish to speak to any new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. This process requires patience to ensure that anyone who does wish to address council has an appropriate opportunity. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, when it's your turn to speak, please come down to the podium to present. Please remember that the temporary mandatory face covering bylaw 19408 is in effect. We ask that you keep your mask on at all times, including while making your remarks to City Council. You may notice that members of Council administration may take off their masks while we're behind the plexiglass barriers here, but we'll put them on when moving about the room and talking with each other during the meeting. We appreciate your understanding and participation in keeping everyone safe. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. Now please return your seat backs and tray tables to the upright position, and we'll take the presentation for the Strathern item.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Just waiting for it to come up. Perfect. This application proposes a rezoning for Strathern Heights, a large transit-oriented redevelopment site along the nearly completed Valley Line LRT. Next slide, please. The approximately 9.2 hectare site is located in the north portion of the Strathern neighborhood, adjacent to 95th Avenue and the future Valley Line LRT and Strathern stop. The site has good access to downtown and is within walking distance to a number of existing recreational spaces surrounding the site. These open spaces include the River Valley and Strathern Park to the north, Silver Heights Park at the corner of 95th Avenue and 90th Street, and a Col Gabrielle Roy school site and playground to the south across 95th Avenue. Next slide, please. The site is currently occupied by 500 residential rental units in 52 three-story apartment buildings built in 1951, known as the Strathern Heights Apartments. A commercial strip mall, as shown in image 4, also exists in the southeast portion of the site at the northwest corner of 87th Street and 95th Avenue. Next slide, please. The existing DC2 provision was approved in 2016, but previous to that, the site was rezoned in 2008 and in 2013. The provision allowed for the comprehensive redevelopment of the Strathern Heights site and certain surrounding parcels into a high-density, mixed-use urban village with 1,900 residential units and small-scale commercial uses. The proposed rezoning maintains the same intention of redeveloping the site as 1,900 dwellings, but uses a combination of conventional residential zones and a DC2 to allow for the development of the residential dwellings in a variety of housing forms, from row housing to high-rise towers and just over 6,500 square meters of commercial space. Changes proposed to this application include reducing the size of the direct control area to only include the area adjacent to the LRT stop. This area would accommodate commercial uses at the ground floor of 2 residential high-rise towers and a mid-rise building surrounding a transit plaza. It also revises the public realm and contributions, including the replacement of 88th Street with active modes and pedestrian connections to the transit plaza. The rezoning the majority of the site to conventional zoning, allowing for more flexibility and redevelopment over time, and reducing the size of the central AP zoned park and adding a network of open space connected by greenways. The new network would be privately owned and maintained, but accessible to the public by public access easement registered on title. Next slide, please. The portion which remains a DC2 at the south end of the site includes a 1,400 square meter transit plaza with connections to the broader open space network, 1 high-rise building with ground-oriented podium and high-rise and mid-rise on a shared podium, up to 500 residential dwellings, and 6,500 square meters of commercial space. The maximum height is 81 meters and the floor area ratio of 5. This portion of the application was presented to the Edmonton Design Committee, which supported the application with conditions. Refinements to the design were incorporated into the DC2 provision, meeting the comments provided by EDC, except that the tower floor plates remain at 850 square meters, which is in line with the RE9 zone. All future development permit applications will be reviewed by EDC. Contributions of about $1.3 million are required in accordance with policy C599. To meet this requirement, the applicant has provided $328,000 in community cash contributions, the construction and maintenance of publicly accessible open spaces, the provision of public art, surrounding off-site improvements to the public realm, and a minimum of 10 dwellings suitable for families. Next slide, please. A road closure to allow for the development of a connecting underground parkade below the proposed DC2 area originally formed part of the application. The road closure isn't necessary to facilitate the rezoning in front of you today, but will proceed at a later date. The application was the application also originally included amendments to the southeast area plan, but the amendment is no longer necessary as the plan was repealed on June 8th, 2021. Next slide, please. The most significant change to the proposal is a revision to the Central Park, which is currently zoned AP, the public parks zone. The proposal reduces the size of the Central Park and introduces an interconnected open space network, which allows for movement throughout the site with opportunities to recreate or pause at various locations throughout the proposed development. Combined together with the nearby Silver Heights Park and a Col Gabrielle Roy, which are large park parcels, the proposed open space network provides a diversity of spaces, sizes, and uses to serve the development and neighboring population. The currently approved zoning includes a total of 1.2 hectares across 3 public park zone sites, which were to be taken as municipal reserve. At the time of that rezoning, the Municipal Government Act allowed us to take up to 15% municipal reserve dedication for developments that exceeded certain densities. In 2020, with amendments to the MGA, the authority to require additional reserves above 10% was removed. As such, the applicant is proposing an overall decrease in the amount of open space provided to be aligned with the current guiding legislation. The applicant has proposed replacing the 1.25 hectares of public parks dedicated as municipal reserve with 1.09 hectares of open space amounting to approximately 13%. These areas include publicly accessible private parks and greenways, the transit plaza with pedestrian views, and a 0.23 hectare central park dedicated as municipal reserve. With the exception of the small municipal reserve parcel, the open space network would be retained in private ownership and developed and maintained privately with public access easements registered on title to ensure accessibility to the public. This is a deviation from our standard practice, where the city would usually seek to dedicate all of the 10% as municipal reserve. However, the administration sought to ensure the development site included a well-designed open space network that is publicly accessible and functional for the residents of the Strathern Heights Urban Village and the Strathern community at large. It is our opinion that the proposed open space network and access easements achieve these goals. Next slide, please. The proposal includes a high-density pattern that appropriately transitions to the abutting single detached housing found to the north, east, and west. This application improves the building placement and transitions by relocating the tallest tower to the southern edge of the site and locates the RA9 zoning in the central portion of the site. These zones further transition to a step-down placement of the RA8, RA7, RF5 zones, ensuring no infringement on the 35-degree angular planes recommended in the residential infill guidelines, and angular planes that were focused on heavily throughout the process that led to the approval of the existing and previous DC2 provisions. A sun shadow impact study was also requested as part of the application to demonstrate the potential impacts of a fully built-out site. Based on the sun shadow study, it is anticipated that shadow impacts to the west are most notable during the morning hours. Towards the north, similar built forms to the existing single detached house zoned RF1 are proposed through the RF5 zone, which will minimize the shadow impact. For lots located east of 87th Street, the DC2 tower shadows are most apparent during the mid-afternoon. Overall, the new placement of the proposed zones when compared with the current DC2 shows that shadowing impacts have been reduced on many areas surrounding the property. Next slide, please. The current DC2 and previous provisions were approved before the adoption of the city plan and realignment of the southeast valley line along 95th Avenue. In the city plan, nearby Bonnie Doon Mall is identified as the center of a district node, and 95th Avenue adjacent to this site is considered a secondary corridor. As defined by the plan, secondary corridors are envisioned to include vibrant residential and commercial streets that serve as a local destination for surrounding communities. Typical built forms near secondary corridors include low-rise and mid-rise apartments, which are accommodated through the proposed RA7 and RA8 zones. Although the RA9 and DC2 portions deviate from this, they are in line with the previously approved zoning and align with the transit-oriented development guidelines, which suggest a minimum of 125 dwelling units per hectare for sites over 1 hectare in size. Furthermore, the site is near citywide mass transit, which provides added connectivity to Edmonton's center city and the Bonnie Doon Mall site designated as a district node. The development helps contribute to a network of nodes and corridors that conform with the city plan's policies and strategies for population, business, and employment growth initiatives. Next slide, please. Due to public health precautions related to COVID-19, an in-person public engagement session was not held for the proposal. Instead, the main form of engagement on the application took place between June 7th and June 25th, where online feedback was collected through the city's Engaged Edmonton webpage. The page was visited by 234 people, 55 of whom either asked questions or left comments. Of the 55, 11 indicated support and 39 indicated opposition. 5 respondents provided comments of support with some concern. The most common feedback in support of the proposal stated that the site is an appropriate location for added density and scale and an increase in housing options, and the added population supporting local businesses. In opposition to the application, we heard concerns about the increased density translating to impacts on parking and traffic congestion, significant changes to green spaces and parks, the potential for increased crime, overdevelopment in the area, and the proposal being too tall in comparison to the surrounding properties. Next slide, please. In closing, this proposal meets key objectives outlined in Edmonton's infill and growth framework, specifically the city plan, transit-oriented development and residential infill guidelines as well. The site's location and surrounding context is well situated for the proposed densities through a DC2 provision and the use of conventional zoning to meet the original intent of the previously approved DC2s for high-density, transit-oriented urban village. While the use of conventional zoning impacts the certainty of built form and associated regulations when compared to a DC2, it ensures the site will develop in a manner that takes into account an evolving zoning bylaw, something that is relevant for large sites expected to develop over decades. The proposed zone steps down in height, addressing the surrounding context in a sensitive manner. And finally, through the proposed rezoning, we are ensuring an open space concept that is diverse and meets the needs of a broad demographic. It is administration's opinion that the site is suitable for the proposed zones and that council should consider approving this rezoning. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mickelson. First up, we have Catherine Oberg to answer questions only from Bunton Associates. Any questions for Ms. Oberg? Not seeing any. Then we'll go next to Mr. Kent from Near Arctic. Are you there?
Yes, I believe so. Can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, Your Worship, members of council, my name is David Kent and I'm one of the longtime owners of Strathern Heights. Today, we seek a modification of the currently approved DC2 for the redevelopment of Strathern Heights and its adjacent commercial property. In the fall of 2019, we approached Council's Executive Committee to address the fact that this redevelopment, as was approved, had been rendered uneconomical by the extraordinary level of public infrastructure investment required to that of the competing developments. Executive Committee decided at that time the city was not willing to invest in any incremental public infrastructure, and we were directed to work with administration to develop a solution that would be competitive with other approved developments, but without the needed additional city investment. Over the past 2 years, we did just that. This application offers an evolution of the approved plan that will allow phased development to proceed. It delivers a community of similar vision and scale, but without extraordinary public infrastructure investment. Before we address the specifics of the proposal before you today, I would like to emphasize the key elements we are not changing. The present land use allows for the development of 1,900 units, and our proposal remains the same. We are not seeking any additional units, and as such, there is no significant impacts on transportation, parking, or servicing infrastructure. We are simply seeking a more practical zoning approach that utilizes a combination of DC2 and the city's standard multifamily residential zones. The overall outcome remains the same, but the approach is more suited to a large site with a long-term build-out. The current land use allows for a sensitive transition to neighboring single-family housing, and our proposed land use continues to provide just that, a sensitive transition. The current land use anticipates the development of a north-south road linking the neighborhood to the river valley and the LRT station in the south. The proposal today achieves a similar objective with an emphasis on pedestrian and bicycle connections. The land use retains the existing mature tree-lined streets, and the proposed land use will not only retain, but includes localized public gathering and green spaces. Our proposed plan has over 117,000 square feet of land for publicly accessible open space. The revised plan offers diverse and well-connected public spaces that support activity, relaxation, and pedestrian transportation for the broader community. The current zoning provides for a mixed-use development with housing options. The proposed rezoning provides for housing that will appeal to a range of populations and incomes. The current land use anticipates the phased development of lands that presently accommodate 504 apartments. The new proposal improves the phasing of this development. For example, the first phase of the development would be the proposed DC2, which includes 500 rental units. However, this would not require the demolition of any of the existing units. We will continue our policy of gradual relocation of our long-term residents, even though in many cases, those residents will not be affected for many years. Our consultants, GEC Architecture, will provide details of our plan, following which Mr. Jim Stein, whose family has been my partner for over 40 years, will make our final comments. We would respectfully request to take your questions following our complete presentation, given that some of your questions may be answered by our consultants and associates. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kent. Questions for Mr. Kent? Not seeing any. Next up is Adrienne Benoit. Here in person, coming down. Have you got a presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll make sure to get that queued up. Okay, go ahead.
Your Worship, members of Council, my name is Adrienne Benoit and I am from GEC Architecture. We are the prime consultant for this application. During the pre-application phase, we undertook a series of engagement activities in early 2020, which were summarized in the Council report. The engagement included meetings with the Community League Board, as well as hosting 2 separate in-person community information sessions where we provided visual explanatory materials of our proposal, listened, and provided opportunities for written feedback. These sessions were attended by 85 people with 35 forms returned. Next slide. The zoning approach in our application has evolved to utilize a mixture of standard zones while focusing the DC2 around the Strathern LRT stop. Recent modifications made to the zoning bylaw have allowed for the vision of Strathern Heights to remain consistent without requiring a prescriptive DC zone to achieve it. Next slide. Located within short walking distance to the River Valley, Gallagher Park, Strathern Park, and Silver Heights Park, the community of Strathern is one of the best served areas within the city for open space opportunities. Next slide. Our application focuses on the quality, diversity, distribution, and connectivity of open spaces to further enhance the natural experience of both Strathern Heights residents and the community beyond. Next slide. In full build-out, our open space strategy encompasses 13.2% of area of lands subject to municipal reserves and will be developed in a series of publicly accessible ornamental parks, greenways, plazas, and pedestrian mews. Next slide. Great focus has been placed on our edge transitions to the existing community. This graphic illustrates that the RA7 zone, which provides the transitions, falls fully within the recommendations of the current city infill guidelines. The red line on the image below indicates the allowable built form within the existing DC2. The development regulations found within the RA7 zone requires defined ground floor entries for all dwellings that face the street. This ensures the transition developments of our proposal align with the previous intents of the existing DC zone. Next slide. To illustrate the built form potential of Strathern Heights, we've prepared the following graphics for a comparative understanding between the current DC2 and our new zoning approach. The current DC plans for 20 buildings between 0 and 12 meters. The new plan has 6. Next slide. The current DC2 plans for 2 buildings between 13 meters and 23 meters. The new plan has 14. Next slide. The current DC2 plans for 15 buildings between 24 and 60 meters. The new plan has 6. Next slide. And finally, the current DC2 plans for 6 buildings with a maximum height between 61 meters and 81 meters. The new plan has only 2. What we hope this analysis clarifies is the new zoning approach has reduced the number of buildings that are considered high-rise and increased the number of missing middle buildings. This approach and the lower built form will improve the overall construction economics and is more conducive to ensuring the community remains diverse, inclusive, and accessible. Next slide. Developed as a true mixed-use transit-oriented community, the DC2 area will be anchored by a south-facing transit plaza, which will become a hub for activity and will connect through the site via shared-use pedestrian mews and greenways. Next slide. The architectural character of the development will focus on quality materials and textures, taking cues from the red brick architecture that is present along 95th Avenue, Strathern's Main Street. Next slide. The DC2 zone defines ground floor articulation that supports local retail and professional office uses, and housing choice is a commitment in the DC2 area with defined minimums for family-oriented and 2 or more bedroom units. Next slide. And finally, the DC2 makes commitments to integrate public art within the pedestrian experience of the new development. As an original and continuing sponsor of the Strathern Art Walk, we are inspired by this success and want to further enhance the creativity of the neighborhood. Thank you for your time and careful consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Benoit. Questions for Mr. Benoit? Not seeing any at this time. Thank you for your submission, sir. Mr. Stein. Come on down.
Your Worship, members of Council, City of Edmonton staff and administration, and members of our community. My name is Jim Stein, and I'm with Rockwell Investments, the majority partner in the Strathern Heights. My grandfather purchased these lands from the City of Edmonton in the early 1950s, and he built the Strathern Heights apartments that you see today. Our family has owned, managed, and maintained this property for over 70 years, providing a home to generations of Edmontonians. We are proud of what we've built, and we are in particular proud of our long-standing reputation for personal care and service to our residents, as well as our good neighbor commitment to the surrounding community. We listened carefully to Council's feedback in 2019, and we went back to the drawing board. Together with your administration, we've worked out solutions that retain the guiding principles and urban design goals previously approved by Council, but with some practical modifications to ensure that the redevelopment will be competitive and financially viable. The revised proposal before you today establishes a planning framework that is better suited for a large site and a long build-out. This framework should allow us to better respond to changing market conditions and future community needs. As you've heard from our team, the proposed plan does not increase the number of units or the density. It will not add to traffic or servicing demands. It provides a diversity of green and open spaces that enhances connectivity and creates opportunities to further promote a walkable neighborhood. It respects, even improves building transitions, and most importantly, maintains housing choice. It remains sensitive to our existing residential tenants. Importantly, it reduces immediate relocations that would have been necessary under the currently approved plan. If approved, Phase 1 could now be built without eliminating any of the 504 existing units. We are committed to regenerating our Strathern Heights community so that it continues to be a great place to call home for a diverse group of individuals, families, and local businesses. We're confident that the proposed planning approach achieves a more level playing field with competitors and that it is now economically viable without compromising our collective vision, which remains intact. We ask the Council approve this land use amendment with approval of this amendment and the soon-to-be-complete Valley Line LRT. We are confident that we can move forward from planning to building in a very timely manner. We would like to thank the community, civic administration, and council for your patience, your input, and support through a very long process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Questions for Mr. Stein? Not seeing any. Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Osborne, Mr. Edmonds, Mr. Wakefield, or Ms. Shea, who are all registered to answer questions only? Going once, going twice. Then let's begin to hear from those we have registered in opposition. First up is Cynthia Garnier.
Hello there. As the timer's starting, I want to state that I have been a resident for 24 years in Strathern, and I was very actively involved in the 2008 planning, which I want to also let you know was a very detailed plan of the entire site. What I want to state today and make very clear for City Council, as much as everyone's concentrating on this DC2 portion, 85% of this site that is being rezoned, there are absolutely no details being shown today. They have not been shown to the community, and it has not been shown to you. I also want to state, and I'm not going to explain, there are also 2 zoning maps that are currently on your Edmonton site. So what we had on the Engage does not match what we're watching today. Now, moving forward, I want to explain that the RA8 and 9 zoning is about 70% of this 85% that they have a curtain around right now. They are not disclosing any of that detail. And I have to ask, why not? And the specific reasons, they have had to supply a wind report. This wind report that supplements this application is for the 3 towers in the DC2 only. It specifically states in the wind report that not just the RA9, which can be 3 15-story towers, but also the RA8 area will significantly impact this wind study. And a new one must be redone. Well, we're here to actually approve all that zoning. Now, in order for them to be going for RA8 and RA9 zoning, they must have a plan. Why has that not been disclosed? Why is nobody seeing that? I don't know. You'd have to ask them. The first time I've seen that cross-sectional in that presentation. Now I'm also going to bring this up with the shadow report. We have lovely shadow reports for the DC2 and the whole site. I cannot find what the reference was for the existing zoning that I'm stating is behind this curtain. For all I know, a 6-story tower was used in an RA9 zone. But they do have a nice disclosure on every full site stating that these are subject to change when they develop what's behind the curtain. That makes these shadow studies very speculative. I also really want to raise a small point that is in this drainage servicing report. Apparently one was submitted and reviewed by the administration of the city. I want to quote, "Storm sewer servicing is proposed to be provided through the installation of new storm sewer mains at the owner developer's cost." That's great. Absolutely great. But then there's a clause. For stage 1, which is your DC2 redevelopment, temporary storm sewer servicing is proposed to be provided from the existing combined sewer system in the Strathern neighborhood. The 2012 census shows that there's less than 1,600 homes in Strathern. We are adding 500 residential dwellings, 9,800 square meters of commercial in the first phase, which they've already stated is going to be restaurants, businesses, pubs. All of that is dishwashers, showers, toilets. Now, well, here's my concern. This is temporary. Well, they state this may not happen until that they develop the whole site. They have not put a shovel in the ground since 1984. We have gone through this 4 or 5 times now. Who's to say temporary doesn't become permanent? Who's to say that the overutilization does not become the city's problem, which becomes a taxpayer's problem? What I am trying to state to you is the shadow study is incomplete for the entire site. The wind study is incomplete for the whole site. And community consultation for the whole site is incomplete. But that's what they're asking you today to approve. not just this DC2. Therefore, this should not even be heard. They either have to change this bylaw to include the DC2 or disclose to us and redo the shadow studies, the wind studies, and consult with the community the entire vision of the entire site. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garnier. Questions for Ms. Garnier? Not seeing any, then your presentation speaks for itself. Thank you. Next is Stephen Benassi.
Hello, thank you. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, I think is the right terminology, Honorable City Council. I would also like to thank you for the 8-hour wait on Wednesday. You're probably thinking that I'm being insincere or one of the loyal customers to one of those cannabis shops that were talking on Wednesday, but that's not the case. I truly do mean that, and why is because it really gave me some insight into listening to the agenda items and the mandates, focus, and priorities of City Council throughout that 8-hour period. What I heard there were a couple common themes. One was densification, and the other one was heritage. I was quite amazed at the attention it was given by council to disassembling a building brick by brick and all of that kind of stuff. So let me talk about some of the heritage from Strathern in that light. You know, what makes me an expert or a knowledgeable on Strathern Height heritage? I would like to also call it, say, mojo, where heritage and mojo are interchangeable terms. I was born here 57 years ago, moved to Kilkenny when I was 6, but my grandparents, both sets, still lived in Strathern, one in the building I'm living in now, and the other one in Strathern Heights itself. So I had a long connection with that. I had the opportunity to buy my grandparents' house when the estate was settled. I did so, and why I did that was because it offered a great community to raise my family and offered what I'm enjoying now in my retirement years. I would not call it paradise for specific reasons I would get into at the end of this 5 minutes here. But it's, you know, what is the mojo? What is the heritage of Strathern? I would say, you know, it's a great community. I would say the buildings, the churches, and I think at the heart of Strathern is what we're talking about here, which the physical heart is Strathern Heights. What makes that mojo so great? Well, I would say it's the green space. I walk through it daily. Thousands of people walk through it on a regular basis. It's a great place that you can walk through on your way to the river valley. And, you know, it also, the way it's designed is very palatable. The mature trees, the green space, and the nature makes it what it is today. Now, on the other hand, I worked for TELUS and had the opportunity to restore the infrastructure in Strathern Heights on the flip side. And the infrastructure is at the end of its life. It is expensive to maintain and upgrade. I get it. I think, you know, in order to allow the new growth to happen, you have to sometimes prune like a tree. The balance is that if you prune too much, you kill the tree. And that's really what I'm concerned with, is allowing, what is that balance between densification and heritage? You know, I think there's a solution out there. I think moving from 504 units to 1,900 units is of concern from a traffic and you know, just changing that mojo that we have in this gem that we call Strathern today. You know, so those are my main concerns, is having that balance. I think the 1,900 units checks the densification box hardcore, but I'm concerned about changing the mojo of this community that I've come to cherish throughout my whole life. You know, and to end, why do I not call it paradise? Well, if you've ever listened to The Last Resort by the Eagles, I would recommend that you take the 7 minutes and 25 seconds to do so. the last few lines in that song that has a lot of mojo is they call it paradise. I don't know why. If you call something paradise, kiss it goodbye. And that's really what I would like to not have happen throughout this development or this bylaw, is I don't want to kiss the gem that I've come to know as Strathern goodbye. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Benassi. Councillor McKean has some possibly Eagles-related questions for you, or otherwise. You've given us a lot to work with here, so I'll be interested to see Councillor McKean's line of questioning. Go ahead.
Not the Eagles, not Kilkenny, although that's where I grew up. I wonder if we ran into each other at some point, although you're probably younger than me.
57.
Yeah, you're a little younger.
Okay.
So your concern, and I really just going to fire one question at you, seems to be about even the original redevelopment proposal and zoning. This is an update of the zoning. You seem to be hearkening back to a day where we were looking at the entire site and may have wanted to preserve some of it, and that seems to me to be that the horse is out of the barn. Any comment?
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. Yep. I guess I just want to make sure, or where my passion is I get it. I know we need, in order to upgrade the infrastructure, in order, those apartments are old. My son lives in one, so I'm there quite often. But, we need to update and upgrade thoughtfully, carefully, so that we don't change the mojo or heritage of this community, which is so special. And we need to do that, to number one, I think, provide the insatiable bandwidth required, that helped get us through this pandemic. And I think it's not cost effective to do so the way it is today. I just don't want to lose what we have today, and going from 500 to 1900 needs to be done thoughtfully and carefully so that we don't lose that, because it's special.
Yeah, I think that, Mr. Benassi, I think that is always the goal as cities turn over and change. So I wanted to click on and say hi to you, and I appreciate your comments very much. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor McKean, could you take the chair for a moment?
Take the chair.
Mr. Benassi, just to double check with you, though, the decision that's before us today isn't so much going from 500 to 19, it's going from one configuration of 1900 previously proposed to a different configuration of 1900. That's clear to you?
Yes, it is. And I guess, what we have there today and slamming 3 high rises in there, or, is kind of going, it makes me nervous, just because we're going from what we have, which I enjoy today, and I might enjoy what you're proposing here, but I might not. I just really want to be mindful and express my concern. We've gone through some change with the LRT development, and also, we've gone through some construction fatigue. I think, we went through the roadway and sidewalk upgrade, which is great, but, it was, pretty interesting to go through that. Then we immediately went into the LRT reconstruction, which is still ongoing today. And I don't want to spend 10 of my 30 retirement years going through construction, which I may be too old to enjoy by the time it's completed.
Yeah, I hear you. I know it's been a huge impact and compound issues in the neighborhood there with public works, and then so I hear where you're coming from this on top of that, but that's permissible today. I mean, we've heard there's market viability issues, but that same level of construction is permissible today. So strictly speaking, I'm not sure that decision's before us today, but I do hear where you're coming from, and so thanks for your presentation today.
Thank you, sir.
I'll take chair back.
Return the chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Benassi? Not seeing any. Then next up will be Greg Plouffe. Come on down.
Mayor and council, councilor and virtual councilors. I have to say too, I'm a little disappointed not to see my representative, but I guess he's pursuing other interests. My presentation is as follows. 13 years ago, I came to this chamber to speak against this development as part of a group of Strathern property owners. We had, on our own dime, at our own time, made a sustainable and I think a very green alternative to what this same developer was proposing then. Eventually, despite our best efforts as residents and the approval by councilors for our what became an award-winning plan, we were defeated. Instead, Strathern got a plan to impose a quadrupling of density and a suddenly emerging loss of privacy in the shadow of 20-story high-rises. The current mayor, I believe, and then Councillor Sohi supported this, and I recall Councillor Sohi saying, how can we turn down $31 million? But without further ado, get into the meat of my presentation, I want to give councillors 10 reasons they should defeat this. Here's the first. The uncertainty of what will actually be built on the proposed new zoning is unfair to the neighborhood because the holistic design, build of the current DC2 zoning was negotiated and determined by the previous city council to be best for this neighborhood development. Reason 2. The removal of community available green space offered by the current DC2 zoning is unacceptable and leaves great uncertainty because the green space for each land parcel will have to be determined on an individual zoning parcel basis, which doesn't allow for joint use of the green space by all neighborhood residents. Reason 3. The total number of units that might be built under the newly proposed zoning is ambiguous at best, since there's no actual architectural design associated with the standard RA zoning parcels that will lock in the unit numbers that will ultimately be built. Reason number 4, there's no way to know what the build form among the multiple parcels under the proposed zoning will have any synchronicity in architecture, which will likely end in being a hodgepodge of built forms over the 6 square block building site. Reason 5, the current Strathern Heights property owners clearly can't be trusted to be custodians of the heart of our neighborhood, as they continue to propose new zoning only to maximize their profits with little true regard for what is best for our neighborhood. Reason 6, the current city parking requirements of no parking requirements for new developments severely conflict with what is approved in the current DC2 zoning. And if the new proposed zoning is approved, we will lose any certainty regarding availability of on-street parking. Traffic studies for the newly proposed zoning can only be described as dubious, since there is no clear idea of what the total vehicle traffic that would be associated with what is going to be built will actually be. Reason number 7. Where is that Grand Boulevard in the design that was supposed to help with on and off site traffic flow and help to minimize the effects of vehicle traffic on the surrounding streets to the development? And I have to say personally, I live at the end of that Grand Boulevard. Reason number 8. The newly proposed zoning will ultimately put the neighborhood into a continuous state of flux because there will be no holistic approach to the development, 6 square blocks in the center of the neighborhood. And if the developers are allowed to break up the current DC2 zoning into individual parcels, God knows what's going to happen. Reason number 9. How can we ever trust this new proposal will be the last machination of proposals for the site, as this developer has been back to City Council numerous times to upscale their proposals? When will it be enough? Stick with what we know was previously approved in the current DC2 zoning. Why not? Reason number 10. The developers have proven their current DC2 zoning is not viable for the site. And we were all taken for a ride by the developers, City Council included. What should now happen is the site should remain consolidated. The developer should go back to the drawing board and downscale to a holistic plan that's actually viable for the 6-block parcel that's in the heart of our neighborhood. This isn't a small thing. This developer's efforts to continue to upscale their plans to maximize their profits at the cost of ruining our great neighborhood is simply wrong. To close, how's my time now? To close, Just a few notes about the so-called consultation that I've seen, okay? Consultation was really done under the cover of COVID. Zoom meetings, flyers, even examining the reports of the developer on the consultation, it seemed to show that about 20% of people actually supported this development at an applicant-hosted function. Most were opposed, and I guess my time is up. Mr. Mayor, Council,
Thank you, Mr.
I stand
Plouffe.
open to any questions.
Questions for Mr. Plouffe? Any on the board? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Erica Nelson.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this process. Turns out zoning is hard. I first came to the Strathern neighborhood 25 years ago, where I rented a house on Strathern Drive. I loved the community so much I bought a home there 2 years later. My home sits on the corner of 95 Avenue and 87th Street, the site of this DC2. As I sat in council yesterday, I saw neighborhoods express their concerns and ask their questions with the support of their council representative. I reached out to Ours many times to find he was unavailable, or as our mayor just said, doing his thing. This application and the zoning and its details was a difficult and complicated process to navigate without that support. We were also, due to the pandemic, denied our community engagement consultation, which I think the size of this development deserves. I heard hopes expressed by this council, hopes that Edmonton could find a balance between density, infill, design, and development, working together with neighbors. That the reason developers want to develop an area is because the area is special and profitable, but by nature of that development, they make it less special for those who already live there. That these developments don't have to be all or nothing, and that there doesn't have to be a golden egg, or to be afraid that developers will walk away from projects if we don't expedite and facilitate, to keep a little bit of Edmonton's character, Edmonton. In these conversations, neighbors were talking about 2- and 4-story buildings going up beside their homes, causing shadowing and privacy issues, and seeing increased parking and traffic volume problems of 75 to 100 cars. The Strathern Heights redevelopment will see a building of a 25-acre village with 3 times the populace of our neighborhood go into the center of our mature neighborhood, with 2,000 units, 3,000 people, 20 stories, and all of the vehicular traffic and parking needs that comes with that. Your development will provide no new access points from our neighborhood and outlying area. It will rely totally on our access streets, which were built in the 1950s, and where you have to yield to oncoming traffic in winter, it becomes one way. Our only controlled intersection at 87th Street and 95 Avenue becomes the development's main access street to your development, retail access, parking access, and parkade access. This council will remember that developers wanted the city to pay for an accessory road called 88th Street, a road which Patrick Adams of the Near Arctic Group said was the backbone of the project to funnel residents. The proposed 88th Street tree-lined boulevard was a nice aesthetic, but functionally it served as a road connecting 95 Avenue to 93rd Avenue to the parkade access points in the center of this development. The city turned down that request, and so the so-called backbone of the project was removed by Adrian Benoit of GEC Architecture in a letter to city planner Marty Vasquez. Ultimately, it will be the residents of Strathern who pay for the biggest price with the loss of this traffic-moving arterial. In a letter to the City of Edmonton's planner, Marty Vasquez, GEC Architecture's Adrian Benoit, asked amendments be made to the Southeast Area Plan to reflect expansion of the Valley Line LRT through Strathern along 95th Avenue. Benoit noted Strathern is bound by 2 major arterials, Connors Road to the west and the 4-lane divided arterial to its east, which is 85th Street. 85th Street, due to the expansion of the Valley Line LRT, is no longer a major 4-lane divided arterial road. It is now a 2-lane undivided street. It should also be noted Hollywood's new 1,450-unit tower sits on 85th Street, as does the LRT station. According to the most recent traffic impact assessment done by Bunt & Associates, as an arterial road, 85th Street was already at 60% threshold capacity. Connors Road was found to already be surpassing the daily threshold for an arterial road, which was 20,000 vehicles a day. Due to the Valley Line expansion through Strathern, 95th Avenue and our neighborhood has been cut in half. 95th Avenue, which was identified by the traffic impact assessment as a shortcut between 85th Street and Connors Road, has become a right-in, right-out movement only at all but one intersection, from 86th Street to 91st Street, which is entirely all of Strathern. In the proposal, the developer spoke of avoiding a monolithic aesthetic by using a variety of heights in the proposed DC2 application. In the proposed changes, I can see all of the zoning and rezoning requests made to the 25 acres, but only new artist renderings I can see for phase 1 is the DC2. If by a variety of heights you mean 80 meters, and 40 meters atop a massive podium, then I think you need to look up the definition of monolith. Looking at your rendering and looking at the contrast to the one-story bungalows bordering it. The monolithic and out-of-scale appearance was noted by Edmonton's design committee in a letter suggesting to consider reducing the floor plate and reduce massing of the DC2 application and give more details on precise heights. The new DC2 application would see the floor area ratio footprint change from 3 to 5, and that's significant. This is significant because it creates a massive wall on the perimeter, which was something the initial design years ago avoided before they acquired the corner property. I call those better times. The original DC2 917 speaks to contribute to a socially sustainable community. I don't see anything here about affordable housing. Oh,
I think you got more into 5 minutes than we've heard in a long time, though. So,
I had another.
questions for Ms. Nelson? Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Yeah, well, first of all, I wanted you to take a breath somewhere in there.
I couldn't.
I was a little worried for you. Well done. So I just wanted you to pinpoint for me, so from the original zoning to
Yes.
today's application, or what is already approved to today's application, what are you concerned about?
Okay, I would say, I understand, I'll preface by saying I understand the 1900 are coming.
Yeah.
The horses out of the barn. I'm most, I guess, worried about the last comment that I had made at the last community engagement that we had said that I hope that we don't see this come back zone by zone to be upzoned. And this meeting is evidence that that will happen. There was a pitch that this was going to be, smaller on the outside to the big, picture on the inside, and it was going to be more cohesive, and now they're picking it apart and we're coming back before council. The parks, I think 5 of the 6 parks, the AP parks, are gone. They talk about green spaces, but I think those are actually pathways to other buildings. They're not parks that we can use. They're ornamental paths to other buildings. I think there is a balance between density, infill. I mean, if you talk about transitions, my house is going to look at 21 stories. There isn't a transition to be made there. There are no new roads. My intersection will be the only intersection this development can use for any reason.
Right.
Retail, commercial, parking, anything, parkade access. So I guess I'm really worried about the process. This is the kind of thing you have a counselor help you navigate.
Yeah, and I
Where's my
lament-
guy?
Yeah, and I attempted to fill in a bit for Councillor Henderson, not up to his capabilities, but that's why I wanted to, and Mr. Plouffe, I really appreciated your presentation too. All the presentations, that I will endeavor to ask your questions of administration about this, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Nelson? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kosowin?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about this major development in our neighborhood. In 2008, after an arduous process of community consultation and public hearings, the developer was granted zoning under DC2 716, which allowed for 1,750 units and 3,300 square feet of commercial space. The sweetener for the community was a promise to allocate 1.25 hectares of park space dispersed throughout the proposed development. 5 years later, in 2013, the developer was back at council and granted an additional 150 units, as well as a near doubling of the commercial space to 6,500 square feet from the original allocation of 3,300 square feet. A further 3 years passed, and the developer gained full control of the Strathern Strip Mall on 87th Street. So the zoning was once again amended to reflect the additional commercial space in 2016, bumping up the total commercial space to 9,800 square feet, almost triple the original amount granted in 2008. Now in 2021, the developer is again back before council to seek further zoning amendments, a fourth kick at the can, as it were. The latest proposal will now situate 500 of those units in the southeast corner of the site, which is contrary to the original promise to locate the higher density buildings in the middle of the property. Moreover, the maximums have now been dispensed with in the RA7, RA8, and RA9 categories. I'm going to repeat that because other people have also mentioned this. They are now dispensing with those maximums. So the community cannot even be guaranteed that 1900 is the maximum allowable anymore. As well, the 1.25 hectares of park space originally promised in the agreement has now been reduced to these nebulous linear greenways. I am not opposed to density, but this is the epitome of bargaining in bad faith. The community has been asked time and time again to agree to increase density in commercial space, while the developer reneges on commitments for park space and the positioning of those high-rise towers to the center of the development. And what about affordability? There is not a word about ensuring some degree of real affordability. Instead, 504 units of affordable housing currently on that site will eventually be obliterated from the city's inventory if this project proceeds. The 2008 proposal also had the developer touting LEED certified building design, but the latest iteration makes no mention of environmental design or sustainability provisions. All in all, we as a community are once again being asked to accept more and expect less. It's an untenable proposal. I urge council to reject this application and send the developer back to the drawing board until such time they are prepared to honor the basic commitments they made in the original 2008 agreement. I would further urge council to reject this development for the very reason that the process is an affront to true community engagement. Just like we recently experienced with the multiple applications to upzone Hollywood Gardens after the 2018 agreement, this proposal should be quashed because it does not even pretend to address the hopes and needs of the community, but instead seeks to exhaust the community volunteer resources by moving the goalposts every few years. It is disingenuous and disrespectful to members of the community who come to these hearings on their own time to voice their concerns. We expect better. City Council should too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kossoan. Questions on the presentation? Councillor McKean?
Yeah, sir, I just want to ask you, in one of the earlier slides, we could see that there is considerable green space in and around the project area, proposed project area. Is it that there was a reduction in green space in this, or is it that in fact you just feel like promises are not being followed through on? What is the upset there?
I think it's a bit of both. I think for one, I think that when it's kind of like a bait and switch where you have this, the original negotiation from 2008 that was mentioned by other speakers was a long, arduous process. And then all of a sudden, I just thought it was a bit disingenuous of the developer now to start highlighting all these green spaces that are not part of the actual parcel and then saying that those are part of those. And I live right across the street from Gabriel Watt School, for example. It's a sports field and it's a playground, but it's really not an area for the community to gather in any real sense. The Silver Heights Park that they've actually, it looks like it's part of their parcel almost because it's adjacent, has a hockey rink, has the community hall, and has a splash park there and a little community garden. So you can't throw a Frisbee there and do anything there as well. So when you're looking at, like was mentioned by previous speakers, where you're increasing the density of, you're doubling or more the density of this community, and you're actually then not following through with it. You said you were going to do something, and that was the reason why we were going to accept the density. And I know the density is not up for discussion, but then keep your original promises about the park space, and because they were in larger parcels, and as well then configure the zoning to the center as you promised for the higher density buildings.
Mr. Koswin, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. See no further questions for Mr. Koswin. Next up is Thias McKee. Please correct my pronunciation.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council, for the time. Mr. Mayor, I'm glad that your test was not positive. And Mr. Oshry, I hope that your journey along this COVID path is smoother than some, so may it be speedy. I just want you to know that I'm a relative newcomer to Strathern. We, as a family, moved here in 2019. We live a block just south of the LRT line, and that therefore we are a block just south of the Strathern Heights property. So fresh eyes perhaps, but when registering to speak, I was asked if I would support this or oppose this. And truth is, like most of the people on this call or this session, I support parts of it and I oppose parts of it. And like a lot of things, the devil's in the details. And I think there are a lot of people on this in this section of the meeting today that have a lot more history with the developer, with the owner, with the community, and all that goes on. I think that one of my most ardent comments, though, is Strathern Heights is an urban village already. It's existed in a harmonious way for decades. It's a mature neighborhood, and it has families in it. It has birds in it. It has tree-lined roads. It has sidewalks. It's just a fabulous place to live. I walk through it often, as do many other people. Creating an urban village, as the GEC architecture people describe it, is a no-brainer. It is already. It's not novel. We could just improve it. All that's needed is some new and modern buildings, more residential related services and businesses. And I believe if you do all that, if you build it, they will come. Adding all this to attract ridership for the LRT is not a problem. That's not the problem I have with this rezoning application. The problems I have with this is that I think we're going to lose control over what goes on in the building of this space. And the problems are around design. And we've heard lots about that today. And we've also heard today that we haven't learned a lot about the design. I don't know if it's accurate that 85% of the site isn't actually fully disclosed to community members, but if even part of that is true, most of the people in this community don't really know what we're in for. The other piece of it is community engagement. COVID's been with us for 18 months. This redevelopment thing has been going on for 37 years. And it seems to me that there could have been much better and more fulsome ways to engage with all members of this community. It's not one of 20,000 as Mr. McKean lives in. We live in a community of 3,000, and it wouldn't have been difficult to speak to more. I think the engagement of June this year that the city did is the most recent. It tells with velocity what this community really thinks of this development at this point. So, you know, when 29% of the people support it, but 71 don't, I think that even though the horse is out of the barn, I've seen this city contemplate the Horn and Pitfall project, the heritage value of this project, and really give some pause to that application. And so I really believe that this council could pause on this. Maybe the horse is out of the barn, but maybe the horse could be put back in and rethought about how to go forward and make sure that this plan is more suitable and sustainable for everybody. The affordable housing piece of it, I think, is key. Edmonton has an affordable housing problem. Once the neighborhood is demolished, it doesn't matter whether it's in phases or whether it happens in 2 years or over 20. These residents will be moved out. Where are they going to go? The city doesn't have enough for what already exists, never mind putting 504 more families into that pool. I really think that the thought given to the Horn and Pitfall application could be brought to bear here. The heritage value, the quality that a particular well-known, mature building in that case, neighborhood in our case, requires more thought, more pondering. And I think out of that Horn and Pitfield example, that I got to see the power of council, a sober second thought. People realize that once you bulldoze something, it's gone forever. I asked the city to refer this project back to administration for more thought and more redesigning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKee. Questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your presentation. Next up will be Emma Wilkins.
Hi there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Emma Wilkins, and you just heard my wife speaking. And so I live on the south side of this new LRT line in Strathern, and about 1 to 2 blocks from the south edge of this redevelopment and this new rezoning proposal. What I wanted to focus on and has already been discussed in different ways, both in the feedback that we've seen through the What We Heard report, the comments on the Engaged website, as well as through some of the emails that came in that was included in the package for this meeting, and today from people like Mr. Koswan, is around the green space and the especially the mature trees. And I understand that there are provisions being made or intended for in terms of the open space concept and ornamental parks and greenways. And Mr. Kent may need to help clarify, because at the point at which you were talking about mature trees, I'm not sure if this happened for everybody else, but it was cutting out, so I had trouble hearing what you were saying about that. But my concern mainly is the bulldozing of a lot of mature trees in the neighborhood in this redevelopment zone, and the concern that we're going from, I think, 6 sort of chunks of AP public park zoning down to essentially 1 central park, and it looks like 2 a central AP zone and a piece, a green linear way south of that. So what I see is 1.25 hectares of current zoned park down to 0.23 hectares of afterwards zoned park if this zoning proposal is accepted. So my concern around that is, while there's intent for the developer to provide and maintain publicly accessible private parks, I think through these ornamental parks and greenways, will that definitely happen? And are we losing some control that would have been provided by the city in maintaining the zonings of chunks of parks that will now be more privately owned? And so I just wanted to share that, the mature trees that are there, while yes, they can be replaced with new trees, but the trees there are at least 70 years old right now. And for example, studies show that trees in the second half of their life, and these trees are young, they can live at least another 100 to 200 years old, 200 years depending on the types of trees. The carbon capture efforts that they do increase as they get bigger and older. And so by cutting many of them down and replacing them with new young trees, will be a very long time before we get to the point at which they're really providing a lot of carbon capture opportunities. And this sort of flies in the face of the additional greenhouse gas emissions that will then be emitted from all the higher density in this neighborhood. So you've got young trees and less ability for them to capture a lot of the carbon. And so the reason I put this juxtaposition out is because the city plan, one of its strategic goals is climate resilience. And my interpretation of that is there's a quote I think that I pulled from the plan on climate resilience that talks about, quote unquote, our growth should drive climate resilience ahead and strengthen our natural environment. So by removing all of these mature trees, especially those in the public park zones, and I'm assuming even in this open space network with replacement of new young trees, we're losing a lot of our resilience to capture carbon in these next sort of 50 to 100 years. So it feels like a bit of a misalignment to be reducing the amount of public park zoning and therefore the amount of public control over parks and these mature trees, given the city's plan around climate resilience. So if I could make a suggestion, it would be that some sort of, for example, like a strategic environmental assessment be done, and that would ensure that the natural environment is really considered strongly and that environmental sustainability is promoted in the decision making. And that would make it more in line with the city's climate resilience strategic goal in the city plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkins. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next up is Spiro Angelos. Spiro here. And Debbie Shaker. If you can just come on down to be ready, you'll be up after Mr. Angelos. Mr. Angelos, you're up next.
You know what? I wasn't sure I was going to speak today, so because I had meetings, but here I am. Anyways, I've been on Strathern for 10 years on Strathern Drive. I've had some run-ins with a development next to me, so I'm really nervous of what's going on in the future. And I stand before you as possibly the biggest capitalist you've ever met, and I'm all for progress. Today, I don't have any slides. I don't have any architects, engineers with me. I just have my experience in Strathern Drive and the fact that we love the neighborhood. And I know maybe everybody's mind's made up about the development. I'm just here because I'd like the citizens to get more power back from the development, from the city and all of that. It just feels, it doesn't feel like an equal partnership. I was never opposed to the original plan. I think was a few years back. We went to the meetings. The architecture is fabulous. The skyscrapers kind of scare me at the end of the day. It just feels like it all goes against the value proposition of the city. And you know, I was on the website, and the city has, and you know, some of the stuff that caught my eye was the guiding values and principles of Edmonton were belong, live, thrive, access, preserve, and create. And that's what we want. We just want balance at the end of the day. And then the other thing that kind of caught my eye as well is, here, let me just read this. It says, Essential City from, there's a website where we want to build a city out to 2 million people. And I'm a big proponent. I grew up in Chicago, 6 million people, and I moved here, and this is home now. So Essential Cities, off the city's website, not everything in the city plan is about making something new. Much of our work is about keeping things the same. A critical part of the city plan is rooted in stewardship and preserving the attributes most valued by Edmontonians today that were handed down to us from our previous generations. As a community, in return, we continue to deliver on what makes a safe and livable city as part of our gift to future generations. And I'm thinking of my kid as I'm thinking about this. This is Essential City, and it comes to life through many of the intentions and directions, sorry, I lost my space here, of the city plan. So, I think Strathern and Strathern Drive, my family all agrees, you can't build towers in front of the Parthenon. You can't build towers in front of the Eiffel Tower. Building towers is going to basically damage the view of Strathern Drive and citizens and all that. It just feels like it's unnatural. And if councilors haven't been to Strathern, come by. There's that city, the art walk this weekend, and kind of appreciate what we're all trying to save. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Angelos. Questions?
Sorry.
Not seeing any. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Art Walk's a great event, no doubt. Miss Shaker or Shaker? Shaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and
Can you just
city
turn the mic
councillors.
right in line? Or yeah, there you go.
Good afternoon, Mayor and city councillors and everyone who's here today. And thank you for listening to me. I feel honored to be speaking after some of my neighbors who spoke so succinctly and in great detail. I'm here to request a denial to this and any further petitions made by Strathern owners and developers, as there has been a breach in trust to community members of agreements made with the idea of developing a mature neighborhood. I'm an Edmontonian born and raised in Edmonton, and I've lived most of my adult life in Strathern since 1981. So you can do the math, 40 years. Since then, how many times since 1981. Since then, how many times have the owners and developers been in front of you? Many times. Even in the 1980s, major concerns were brought forth by the community, and just recently, in the times of Mayor Mandel, almost all community members were involved. That was 13 unlucky years ago. How many hours and days were spent in these chambers? By how many people? The very citizens by whom councillors are elected and entrusted their best interests. The deal for the development was struck after hours of consultation, presentations, meetings, town hall meetings, and community-led surveys to provide valuable data on what Edmontonians would find acceptable to their community. Some members even created an award-winning design for the development of a mature neighborhood. We certainly did not get that design passed, which would have left a fine legacy for the neighborhood and for the city. But a deal was struck in favor of Strathern owners, and hands were shaken, and many citizens had to merely suck it up, realizing their mature neighborhood would be changed forever. The Strathern owner and developer are not to be trusted when striking a deal and shaking hands, as they keep trying to break the deal and keep coming back with further changes. In this case, they consulted with very few community members. There was very little involvement other than with a few pamphlets, a few meetings in their office, and during the time of COVID last year. How does this compare to the previous community consultation? Not at all. They do not seem to keep their word in deals made and should not be trusted nor granted any further or any more requests. They have shown not to be interested in developing a mature neighborhood, but rather in replacing a mature neighborhood with a high-rise concrete jungle. They've continually petitioned for, changes in roadways, changes in alleys, more height, more density, less green space, fewer low-income housing. Is this really what our city needs, or the legacy for which to be remembered? The 200 or more 70-year-old trees that were cut down for development, the camel humps or hills next to Strathern Drive eroding away with increased use during COVID, and neighbors stress their concerns about green space, and the owners respond by decreasing it within the development. When concerns with shadows on their properties, they had the gall to present huge placards, studies showing shadows at high noon on June 21st, the first day of summer, with the shortest shadows of the year. Concerns with traffic, we were also shown huge placards with midday data, not rush hours, nor school start and finish times, and the school is directly across from the development. Are they concerned with citizens? I think not. Are they concerned With the development of a mature neighborhood, I think not. I think they intend the death of a mature neighborhood by 1,000 cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shacker. Questions? Mr. Councillor Banga, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Shacker, Ms. Shacker, sorry.
Ms. MS. It's the two
Okay.
thousands, you know.
And anyway, my question to you is this area being so convenient, close to downtown, close to LRT, and how long do you think it can keep going on and on?
Do you mean as it is today?
Yeah.
I have been envisioning how it will be in 20 or 40 years from now, or 100 years. And I'm sure it will be much more dense. I've lived around the world, and Paris is a great place with 6 to 8 story high buildings. High rises tend to leave wind tunnels and a coldness that does not really provide value to people. A lack of trees decreases the human connection with nature. The pathways that they intend to put in are leading to our public areas of green spaces, not providing green spaces within the development. I think that's wrong because there's an erosion or an abundance of use of those green spaces even with COVID. Imagine a quadrupling of the population in the area. So yes, I do feel that things will change, and they need to, and population will grow. But as others have spoken, like, what kind of vision do you really want for living space that's good for humanity? And I believe lower height, less density, more sunlight coming in to everyone's properties, and the walkability to continue. I don't know. I'm going on and on. And
Okay. Again, based on previous questions, the same thing. And as population in the city becomes bigger and bigger, obviously there is a demand for land. So supply and demand, of course, it gets expensive. And the developers, we keep blaming them. And at the same time, if you buy something expensive, but you can't go, I guess, in a horizontal direction, the only place to go is vertical. What would be your answer to that?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part to your question.
So rather than building out, it's building up. So what would be your answer to, like, this is, I guess, trend of the times, and at the same time, it is, sorry. And it is just keeping up with the prices of, I guess, land or property or whatever you want to call it.
Councillor Banga, I just would caution you to stay away from the value or price of land in your questioning.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay, I will change the line of questioning. So as far as we are concerned, what's before us is today is number of units remain unchanged. It is just how they're placed. Any comments on that?
Well, I think as people have spoken before, the how is not necessarily clear, and the promises made originally, like with the 1,750 units, those promises were not kept. And so we really are, I think, unwise to trust what is being proposed and what possible things could actually happen in the community.
Okay, so if somehow the developer comes back and with a different, I guess, ideology or change of ideology, it will be before the council again anyway. So would that calm your fears a bit?
I don't know what the vision for the city is in truth. I feel it's mostly saying yes to developers at any cost, and only if there's a major breach in policy would any developer be refused their requests.
Thank you,
So
my time's up.
I'm not sure if I'm relieved or not. I just might have to live with it, you know?
Thank you, my time is up.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Ms. Shacker? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Questions of administration? Councillor McKean?
Yeah. And it's Ms. Mickelson again, is it not? This reminds me a little bit of the last one in the sense that we already had zoning that was approved, and so I don't want to get into relitigating the developer's existing rights. So Ms. Mickelson, I want you to tell me if I'm wrong here. Largely, we've seen
Sorry,
a change.
Councillor McKean, can you pause for a second? Did we miss someone registered to speak? Okay, sorry, we've got one more speaker. So you can think for a while about the question that was forming there, Ms. Mickelson. Sir, what's your name? Kim Gates. Kim Gates? Okay, come on down. And you're registered in opposition?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, apologies for missing you there. We'll revert to speakers for a moment. The error is ours. Thanks for alerting us. Mr. Gates, you've got the floor for the next 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I apologize, Councillor McKean, for stepping on your comment.
Quite all
Thank
right.
you for taking the time. I appreciate it. I want to thank Council for having us here today to speak. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate that opportunity. I want to take a quick moment to say that I've lived in Strathern apartments, and I think they and the way they've been run is a gem for the city, and a true wonderful place to live and a great community to be in, which led to me buying a house right on 95th Avenue a number of years ago, I guess 14 years ago. I currently live in what will end up being a shadow well between this developer's development on 95th Ave and Urbis Development's apartment at the corner of 86th Street and 95th Ave. So in the morning and in the evening, I'll be covered in shadow, I'm certain. Anyway, but I am here today to comment on the changes to previously approved development. It appears to be similar to that old story of boiling a frog. You know, that whole idea that if you drop a frog in some boiling water, the frog will jump out, but if you put that frog in a pot of water and slowly increase the temperature, that frog will sit in there until it boils. Now, aside from the propriety of boiling frogs or the veracity of whether frogs will actually sit in that pot, I can verify that if a developer wants to build something offensive to a neighborhood, they can work with administration, come to council, apply for a DC2 while the community is assured that council and the administration will use that DC2 to care for and look after the interests of that community. The city will approve it, make plans, maybe even build trains, and the community will wait. The developer will do nothing for 2 or more years, then reapply for upzoning while slowly wearing down a tired, unaware, possibly pandemic-addled neighborhood, taking advantage of a retiring council and COVID regulations. This is not the only hearing you're going to have on this topic regarding Strathern. Urbis Developments will be in here next month looking to upscale their approved development. I guess the question is, I'd ask council to deny this rezoning. What happens if this site gets sold? All these DC2s are going to become RA8s, and our current developer sells to someone else. They can build whatever they want, can they not? Once it's an RA8, they can build anything that falls within RA8. There are just insufficient details supplied. And I guess the question is, you got a risk versus reward. What's the reward of changing this zoning? What's the reward of changing the zoning versus what is the risk of changing this zoning, not knowing what is intended to be built and what that entails? A DC2 was applied to this to assure the community residents we're assured that this will be consistent with what we want in Strathern as a community. What has changed there? Nothing, right? This is not a development in a conventional sense. You're recreating an entire neighborhood, right? If this ends up haphazard and piecemeal, it will be the legacy of this city council. And I think it's important for us to keep that in mind. I've really run out of things to say. Anything beyond this will be babbling and wasting your time, and that's unnecessarily. So thank you guys very much for listening to me. Thank you to the other members of the community who've come down to speak. And, I'm just hoping for the best for Strathern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Any questions for Mr. Gates? Not seeing any. All right, you want to rev up that question again, Councillor McKean, for Ms. Mickelson?
See if I can remember. And no, it's no criticism. So, Ms. Mickelson, so I don't want to relitigate, as I was saying, the development rights that are already there, but there's been a number of issues raised, and I want to make sure that I have a good, or at least a better sense. Was there a net loss of public green space in this new application from what development rights were already there?
Councillor McKean, there was a net loss. As I indicated in my presentation, open space was about 1.25 hectares with the last rezoning. That was to be dedicated as municipal reserves. The Municipal Government Act previously allowed us to take 15% when certain densities were reached. That changed in 2020 when the province revised the Municipal Government Act. So right now we're sitting at an open space network, including the transit plaza and the pedestrian use, of about 13%, which is 1.09 hectares.
But there's also the open space network. Does that get added in or not?
That 1.09 hectares includes that network.
Okay. Do we have anything written in this about affordable housing?
So the applicant previously contributed to Habitat for Humanity, so that was taken into account. Our affordable housing policy, as you know, was repealed recently. So policy C582 was removed. But as mentioned, they did previously contribute to Habitat for Humanity.
So
as a cash contribution.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to get at the fact that we had an encompassing DC, and now we're going to have the standard zones around much of the site. And I think that, as we've seen time and again, raises concern in the minds of people living nearby. But these zones, can you say, and I know it'd be difficult, but as far as step backs, breathing space for these buildings, wind and shadow impact studies, those sorts of things, they still occur, yes?
Yeah, what I can say is that we've ensured that the zones where they're applied on the site allow for adequate transitioning. And in our opinion, they actually improve the shadowing effect by stepping down in the way that they do. Using the conventional zones as well as we do lose some certainty in exactly what a building may look like when developed, but we gain the ability for those zones to evolve as the zoning bylaw evolves, like things like landscape appendices. It would have to follow the current zoning bylaw. Whereas when you concrete something in a DC2, that's not always the case.
Right. And again, just to be clear, when it comes to the development permit stage for a building in one of those zones, those impacts will be gauged before a permit is issued.
That is correct. So we did receive a sun shadow study for maximum build out on all of the zones with the rezoning.
Yeah.
It would also be looked at development permit stage, and a wind study would also be conducted at development permit stage.
Near and dear to my heart is that there are a lot of mature trees on the site. Submission today, we've heard that. Is there anything in this proposal and the way it's written that would protect or preserve the mature trees on this project parcel?
As they are on private property, there's nothing written in now to protect or retain the trees. Something that was the inventory, it would be protected through our tree policy, but as it's written right now, being a private site, it isn't.
Well, I'm going to give a heads up that I would consider adding an amendment to see if we can preserve and protect mature trees wherever possible, which is similar to what we did on the Valley Line West LRT. There was a amendment put in that. So I'm giving that a heads up, and maybe we'll hear comment on that under new information. But I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, and it was a very detailed report, so there's a chance that I missed it, and if you just want to point me in the direction, that's fine too. But the one thing I'm trying to understand, and Councillor McKean was asking a bit about it, but I want to dig in a bit further. So the most recent DC2 has certain requirements around things like setbacks and stepbacks. I've read through it a bit, trying to refresh my memory on that. So using these standard zones, again, there are requirements for setbacks and stepbacks. So what I'm just trying to understand is there a clear space where I can understand how they differ, and are there certain properties on the edges, as an example, closest to the other properties of many of the residents who've spoken today, that would be more impacted by using the standard zone versus the direct control that's there now? And I know it's hard because it's a very large site, so I recognize it might be a challenging question to ask, but any insight you could provide would be appreciated.
I think it would be beneficial if we could pull up the admin presentation with the overall site.
Perfect. Yeah, bring it up too again.
Councillor Knack, to start answering your question, there was a comparison table in our report. It was quite lengthy. It's quite detailed. It mostly goes over maximum number of units, floor areas in each of the zones as compared to the current DC2, as well as heights.
And I know that, so it's more the other parts of the impacts, because I thought that table was quite handy, by the way. Thank you for it. It was more because I don't think I saw it, and again, I may have missed it. Things like step backs and setbacks from some of those changes and how they would directly impact neighbors or not.
Yeah, so there wasn't a direct comparison of every single setback situation in the DC2 versus the current zoning, or the proposed conventional zoning. But if you look at what's on your screen today, we did do a comparison of where that height placements were in the currently approved DC2, which you will see on your left hand side of your screen, and then the proposed zoning on the right. So you could see how on the north side of the site where you're closest to RF1 single detached, the proposal now is for RF5, which is a 10-meter max, and in the previous zoning, you've got a 12-meter maximum. So we felt as administration, and in our opinion, that that's just one example of it. If you look at the height strategy, we've stepped away we stepped down the height in the most sensitive areas where there is the existing low density residential. And we do feel that this application has done a better job of addressing that than previous applications. I don't have a comparison table of the exact.
And I appreciate we won't know exactly where the building would be. It might be different pieces, but that actually, this chart actually helps. And sorry, I didn't have that handy when I was asking that, so I'll just pull it up on my screen too. But overall, what I see you're suggesting is that in all of the spots immediately abutting homes, it's either RF5, which lower than what was before, RA7, against some other homes. Now, the DC2, which is still there, would have the least amount of impact on the homes immediately adjacent there. It would actually be more impactful to the rest of the site, which is why you were still comfortable with that piece there and seeing that as again, it's an impact. It's a substantial build, but it's not going to impact the homes directly.
Exactly, and where the DC2 is, you also have the transit plaza there. You have a train and a road that separates from the existing residential.
Okay, that's helpful. I'll assume I'm close to out of time, but it's probably good enough for me right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor McKean, if you could take the chair.
Take the chair.
So not to begin to debate a bylaw that's not before us, but the only part we'd be able to amend is the DC with respect to things like tree protection, because the conventional zoning is not amendable that way. Fair to say?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and there's no sort of area redevelopment plan or other place for us to lodge that requirement at this time.
Correct. In addition, the DC2 portion is probably the most dense and intense part, which is expected to be built out to close or near the property lines. So the ability to protect and retain trees in that area is limited. However, I would perchance address that question to the applicant, and as I know they have strong feelings about the existing trees on site.
I mean, they are an asset, right? So there is an inherent incentive to maintaining them where they can be maintained. And so there's a degree of specificity around landscaping in the current DC that is not there in the conventional zoning right now, but that would need to be considered at the development permit stage for any of the conventional zoning sites. If I got that right?
Correct.
Okay. So there is a time and a place for those questions. It's just for the conventional zoning, it's not, that wouldn't be here today if council were to approve the conventional zone.
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of transitions, I remember really liking the design element, like the massing of the site under the DC to sort of terrace up with the row housing along the edge. And that was sort of probably a sharper incline from 2 to 6 to 20 as opposed to from 4 to 8 or 4 to 6 to whatever RA9 allows. But in configuring the RA7 on these parcels, would we consider the front setback to be the requirement from the street that is got the existing single family across the street, wherever that is. Which is to say, there would be some expectation for setback from the neighbors across the street where the RA7 is proposed. Yes?
So the front setback, because the site is so large and there's different considerations, would change depending on where you place it. However, in general, the front setback would face whether it's the private road internal to it, and then the rear setback, which is in the RA7 and RA8 zones at 7.5 meters, would be towards that transitional edge, which in general would be more than what you would see in a front setback.
Well, and I can't remember what the setback was for the townhousing, but I think the townhousing was pushed up right against the street. So you had 2 or 3 story, and then up to 4, 5, and 6, sort of right behind the townhousing, as opposed to in this. I'm just trying to game out that the RA7 you'd end up with a larger building but set further back. So it's a different transition across the street than, obviously it's a higher building, but further away than the townhouses would be. Is that a reasonable assumption?
It is, but the site has changed a little bit. If I could just get the slide up, I think it was slide 4. Depending where you are, like the row houses on the north side.
Those are still there, yeah.
They're still
I see
there.
that, yeah. I'm thinking specifically about on the east and west sides.
Right, so there is a street in between, as well as that front setback for both portions of those RA7s on the east and west side.
Yeah, and then I think the general premise of the sort of sloping down to the north from a sort of shadowing and transect concept is still maintained by the RF5 on the northern edge.
Correct.
Where the most acute impacts from the height would have been. Okay, so I'm just trying to convert from one of the most specific DCs that we had, which was so prescriptive as to potentially be, the argument is unbuildable, including the amenity contributions, which were what they were at the time. Okay, that's just helpful to talk through the RA7 pieces a little bit, because I recognize it is hard to go from something with a high degree of specificity and renderings to something more block-based like this. But I guess the major premise for that is some flexibility at the implementation stage for the design to evolve, for the concepts to evolve within the boundaries of what's provided for in conventional zoning, as Mr. Gates was saying.
Correct, and just to add in terms of transitions, if we could go to the next slide, part of the original applications back from 2006 and 8 and 2013 was this notion of the angular plane of 35 degrees, which, sorry, maybe the next one, sorry. Next one after that. And one more. There we go. So this one shows a north-south section on how the buildings rise away from that RF1 on the north side on Strathern. It is quite conservative in terms of how it builds in its height, and the maximum or the tallest buildings are centered in the middle of the site and next to the train station.
Oh, the sweet, sweet angular plane, how I will miss thee. Thank you. I'm way out of time. I'll take the chair back. Are there any other questions for administration? Not seeing any right now. So we're coming up on 3:30. But we could either take the break, or we could see where we're at on new information and then take the break before we get into the Glenora item. Short break? Okay. In the interest of time, would folks be okay if we shorten the break up a little bit? Maybe down to, 5 to 7 minutes kind of thing. Try to come back for 3:40-ish maybe. Just keep rolling. I think we're going to be tight. I've got a conflict on the back end that I'm struggling with. So Can I get a motion to adjust the break to be 10 minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any objection to that? Not hearing any. Let's take it a bit early and let's try our darndest to come back at 3:37 sharp. I will promise to be here. All right, welcome back. All right, let's start this time with Councillor Essinger. Are you there?
Good afternoon.
Welcome back. Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon.
Awesome. Councillor McKean?
Present.
Still on deck. Councillor Nickel? No. Councillor Paquette?
Everyone to leave.
Councillor Walters?
Present.
Councillor Banga? Councillor Banga? Hopefully you can join us. Councillor Cartmel?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Katarina?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Zadek? Okay, he had let us know he's off to an appointment and will try to rejoin us. So we no longer have the votes necessary to change the agenda. We're now stuck until we're done. But we do have quorum.
Back.
Councillor Banga, there you are. Okay, so we've got quorum to proceed, but just barely. So we'll keep on trucking here. We are back to new information. Did the applicants or those registered in favor have any new information? Mr. Benoit, come on down.
Thank you. We just wanted to clarify the point of David Kent's speech that cut out for everyone. So I'll just read what that said. It said, the current land use retains existing mature tree-lined streets. The proposed land use will not only retain, but will also extend the tree-line character throughout the new community. And that specifically mentions the DC2 portion. Currently, the boulevard trees stop on 87th, where the DC2 starts. So within the DC2, the thought is to carry it down 87th. So that's all, just that.
That's helpful. Any questions from Mr. Benoit? Any other new information from the applicants? No? Okay. Then I'm just going to run through one at a time here. Ms. Garnier, did you have any new information?
No, but I just wanted to, because due to the time, as David Kent stated today, he is in support of not costing the city money. So where I'm saying that he's stating that the city main sewer line that he has stated already that they are willing to pay for, that should be included in stage 1 of the DC2 to ensure that that never changes in the event that nothing else ever gets developed. And that should be requested by council today to ensure that, unlike 2 years ago where they came for $11 million for the road that was always in their plan, does not happen again when we have an overlised sewer line affecting all of us residents.
Thank you, Ms. Garnier. Any questions? Not seeing any. Mr. Benassi? Yeah, we'll get to all of you. I'm just going to go in order. Just chill. I'll get to you. Mr. Benassi, any new information? No? Mr. Plouffe? No? Ms. Nelson? Yeah, come on down.
Hi, sorry. I was just looking for clarification in the current DC2 or the proposed, I guess. How many mature trees were on that DC2 site? Because there are, I live there. You said you were going to try to preserve them along the boulevard, but as the
So
boulevard
please
extended,
direct your comments to council. There isn't really a mechanism for crosstalk here, so I understand you're raising that question, but please raise it with us.
I was looking for an answer as to the mature trees on the DC2 that you had talked about were important to preserve, and they sort of mentioned there weren't any. If we could get a number in the current DC2 zone of how many mature trees there are, I believe there to be dozens.
Yeah, I can't answer that, and new information is not for you, strictly speaking, to ask questions of us. It's for you to, but I hear that you have a question or a concern around that, so.
Yeah. That was, I guess, my question.
Okay, understood that you're curious about the delta between.
Yeah, just in the DC2 area,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that they were talking about just now.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Nelson? Not seeing any. Mr. Kosowan, any new information?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is in order either, but I just wanted to clarify, because under Councillor Knack's questioning, he was talking about the RA7, RA8, and RA9. But in my conversation or email, a contact with Mr. Vasquez was that he actually indicated that there is going to be no restrictions in terms of the density that are going to be determined on those now that you're dispensing with those. So that I think still is a concern, although maybe it's allayed somewhat only with the height component that you're saying in terms of stepping, but I'm more concerned about it from the other point of view that I don't know if that was missed or not in terms of, and was spoken to by other speakers as well.
Noted, Mr. Kosowan. Again, in the form of a rhetorical question, perhaps, but that's noted. Anything further?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no questions for Mr. Kosowan. Ms. McKee?
Nothing new.
Thank you. Ms. Wilkins?
Yes, please, just a quick clarification. Councillor McKean asked Ms. Mickelson about whether or not there was a net loss of green space. And the point I just wanted to clarify was the public park zones is going from 1.25 hectares, as I understand it, to a public park zone of only 0.23 hectares. So while there will be 1.09 hectares of potential park or green space, it will be, I think, privately owned. So I think the concern is around the net loss of control of those public park zones. And then again, the piece about the mature trees is just that even if you retain the tree line character by adding new trees or adding new trees along the boulevard, they will be younger trees and therefore do much less carbon capture despite a much larger density and therefore more greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkins. Mr. Angelos, any new information? No? Okay. Ms. Shacker? No? Mr. Gates? No? Okay. Any questions arising from the new information? Yeah, I would just note that some of those questions around trees, again, some of them will be best dealt with at the development permit stage. Just in response to some of the questions that came up, should this pass. So not to presume that, but not seeing any other questions at this time. Councillor McKean?
I'll move closure of the public hearing on the bylaw.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councillor McKean, seconded by Councillor Katarina. To close the public hearing, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. And we're just missing Councillor Cartmell's vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have 9 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried. First reading?
I'll move first reading of the bylaw.
Second.
And did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, it's a struggle. And I'm a little nervous about this one. To quote my colleague who's off, who I'm trying to fill in for a little bit, that's Councillor Henderson. I'm never happy to see community skepticism drift into cynicism. But I think we've heard that today, and I think it's incumbent on the applicant to do more work over the coming time to reduce some of the concern and fear that comes with these standard zones. You don't get to see exactly what you're going to get, which you do with DCs. So I think, you know, in hoping Mr. Kent and colleagues are listening to that, that they can continue to work with the community. But the standard zones, I think it was you, Mr. Mayor, as you pointed out, they still accomplish what was originally planned for the entire parcel, and that was, you know, a step down towards the single family. I will lament the loss of any mature trees in the area, and I hope there is a real effort to preserve, protect, and maybe even move some of them if possible, which we've seen that technology exists nowadays. And with the density, one would hope that there is affordability. And there would be some ground-oriented units for the couples and the families that are already living in that area. I don't know the time horizon in developing this, but I think it's going to be quite a while. And again, it'll be on the applicant to create trust in the community and erode that cynicism by carrying out the commitment, whether it's around ensuring that the people who live there now have opportunities to stay in the community, and the what we heard about mature trees as well. So I think that, you know, the city plan and its goals speak specifically to something like this, and that is a higher density project right at an LRT stop. And my hope as I sit in this chair for one last hour is that this works out really well for everyone. It won't be perfect for everyone. Some people will not appreciate the change, and I get that, but I think it's on the proponents now to carry through and build a great project sensitive to the needs and wishes of the community around it. But I will be supporting this in part because it speaks to everything that this council has been working towards for many more years before I was on council. So, but for certainly the last 8 years, we have to build a more compact city, more efficient city, or our tax regime will get out of control. So that's it for me, Mr. Mayor, but I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to everybody for their presentation. Having been here on council in 2008, the first reiteration of this is along with Mayor Iveson, each version coming forward, reiteration of this has been better and better. And I think we're at a point now where this is actually probably a really good project that will actually take place. Every other reiterations with the policy changes with the city, with direction of the city, the new city plan, many things have changed since 2008. And I think we all have to put that into context, that we're dealing with what we're dealing with. We dealt with what we had available in 2008, and 2013, 2017, but there's been so many changes and direction by previous councils and this council in particular, on strategies of moving the city forward and growing our population, that this is a really good version, in as far as I'm concerned, of Strathern, and it's been a long time coming, and there was good rationale why this actually started in 2008, which we haven't gone into, and there's probably no need to go back even further than that. But I think everything that the proponent has done over the last number of years has been to improve things for both Strathern, the city, and hopefully for them as well too at the end of the day. So I will be supporting this as well.
Thank you. Since Councillor McKean's got first reading on the floor, I'll pass the chair to Councillor Walters, if you could take it remotely. Councillor Walters? If not, who's next?
Would be Councillor Banga.
Councillor Banga, could you take the chair for a moment?
I'll be so proud to take the chair.
There you go.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Well, you had it for a second there, Mo, but by order of precedence, Councillor Walters, please take the chair. I'll try to be brief because I feel like we've talked about Strathern a lot in the 14 years that I've been here, and I was reflecting on the same trajectory that Councillor Katarina was reflecting on. I did have an opportunity to check in with Councillor Henderson on this, and not sure, I think he certainly regrets not being able to be a part of this because of timelines outside of his control. So I won't try to speak on his behalf. I'll speak only on my own. But I'm thinking about what's changed over the last 14 years. And first and foremost, one of the things that's changed is the housing market is in a very, very different condition than it was then, or where we thought it was headed at the time when this was being designed. The condo market was absolutely bonkers. Housing prices had just doubled, and it was very easy for all of us in Alberta at that time to make the hockey stick assumption that everything was going to keep going this way, and we were going to be the next Vancouver or something. And then, obviously, the economy since then has moved in a different direction. And what seemed reasonable to ask for and agree to among the neighborhoods, and not everyone was pleased, but in the brokerage at the time with community voices, with the proponents and with the city, there was a certain reality that made sense at that time. It's since then become quite clear to us through a number of conversations that that's simply not realistic and not equitable with what we've been generally asking for other developments around the city. So this really did set the standard, and this was one of the zonings I was really proud to vote for very early in my time sitting over there as a councillor. But I believe we, at the time, asked for more than was reasonable to deliver. And so the zoning has been reviewed to try to land in a place where it is realistic and buildable. And there were really two ways to go with that. One would be to expect the same level of amenity contribution and add significantly more mass or potentially more height, on the premise that one other thing has changed since then, which is 14 years ago people said, the LRT will never even get there. We don't believe in that. A number of us have fought tooth and nail to actually get the train there, and it will open one of these days. And so that's a game changer, and I think that could, and I appreciate the integration with transit around the DC and the Plaza site and the work that's been done to iterate that. And so again, there could have been a scenario where to maintain that level of public amenity contribution, which I think is unprecedented, what we asked for in the original zoning, would have required to sort of manifest that an even higher degree of density and mass, which maybe the market wouldn't support either. And so I'm speculating there, but I think the fact is this is fairly lateral in the sense of the impact on the community, which is the main question before us here today. Is there a loss in public amenity compared to what was there before? Yes, but what else has changed? The rules have changed. The part of the Municipal Government Act that allowed us to ask for 15% green space, that's gone. Rightly or wrongly, that's gone. That's not an option for us anymore. So the state of play has evolved considerably, but what hasn't is the overall configuration of the site in terms of the angular plane, the transitions to adjacent land uses, the fundamental concept of concentrating the mass and the height in the center of the site and to the south near the LRT. And so to be quite honest, I don't see a huge change relative to what was approved previously, other than what we've talked about in terms of viability and buildability. And the one other thing I would say that's changed, maybe two other things. We have a city plan, obviously, that's been cited, that's much more indicative and invitational to this kind of a density proposal, and notes this as a corridor and an appropriate site for this kind of thing. And the last thing is we have a zoning bylaw that's tuned up to the point where we don't need to use DCs for everything. And the stock zoning is in much better shape. It's not perfect, but it's in much, much better shape than it was 14 years ago, and it's much more applicable on this site. So I want to honor all of those changes that staff and industry and the public and council have worked to put in place to allow this to be feasible in this form. And on that basis, I'll support it. There's an opportunity
I'll
to
return the
reflect
chair.
on a few things. I'll take the chair back and see if anyone else wishes to speak. It's a first reading. Not seeing any. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor McKean.
I'm a yes too.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. And we have 9 votes.
Display the vote, please. That's carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, I will move second reading of the bylaw.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please vote on second reading.
I'm a yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. We have 9 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried.
I will move consideration of third reading of the bylaw.
Second.
On third and final reading, to allow third reading to proceed, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. I can see you're in the right place, Councillor Esslinger, but your vote hasn't come through yet.
It's a yes.
Thank you. We have 9 votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
I will move third reading of Charter Bylaw 19865.
Second. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Esslinger. We have 9 votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. Okay. Next up, and last but not least, is the Glenora item. So let's get the presentation on that, please.
Hello again. This application is to rezone a site in the Glenora neighborhood from RF1 single detached residential zone to RF5 row housing zone within the mature neighborhood overlay. The purpose of the RF5 zone is to allow for the development of ground-oriented multi-unit housing. While the RF5 zone would allow for the development of up to 10 principal dwellings, the applicant's intent is to develop 5 units of row housing. Next slide, please. This site is located on the corner of 138th Street and 102 Avenue, a local and arterial road respectively, and is 2 lots south of Stony Plain Road, another arterial road. The site is located approximately 200 meters from a dedicated shared use bike lane along the north side of 102nd Avenue. The future Valley Line LRT will run along Stony Plain Road, and both the Grosvenor 142 Street stop at West Block and the Glenora LRT stop are located within walking distance, approximately 250 meters and 500 meters away respectively. The Glenora Elementary School is located 2 blocks away on 136th Street, and across Stony Plain Road to the north are the Westminster Junior High School and St. Vincent's Catholic Elementary School and Daycare. Next slide, please. The proposed RF5 zone allows for a similar building size to the RF1 with a few key differences. The main distinction would be the number of dwellings possible on the lot. The existing RF1 zone would allow for the subdivision of the property to allow for a maximum of 2 single detached houses or 2 semi-detached units with a total of 4 principal dwellings up to 8.9 meters in height. The R5 zone would allow up to 10 principal dwellings with a maximum height of 10 meters. The zoning bylaw allows the development of garden suites and secondary suites alongside each principal dwelling, including multi-unit housing, form of row housing. However, due to the space constraints, the feasibility of the maximum number of 10 principal dwellings, 10 secondary suites, and 10 garden suites being developed together is not likely. Next slide, please. The site is within the mature neighborhood overlay, which ensures that low-density infill developments such as row housing are sensitive to the surrounding context. Aside from the number of units, the main differences under the RF5 compared to RF1 are that side setbacks totaling are required to total 6 meters, which allows the opportunity for a greater interior side setback as compared to the minimum 1.2 in RF1, a height of 10 meters instead of 8.9, and a site coverage of 50% instead of 40%. Next slide, please. The residential infill guidelines indicate that this is a suitable location for row housing development as it is a corner site located along 102 Avenue in arterial roadway. According to the guidelines, row housing cannot face the flanking road. However, the intent of the guidelines is for development to be compatible and complementary to the neighborhood. As the houses along the block to the north are also fronting onto 138th Street, it is considered that row housing with the same orientation is compatible and in alignment with these guidelines. Additionally, as the site is comprised of 2 lots, the orientation of the new development could face towards 102nd Avenue. Next slide, please. The site is located approximately 250 meters from the future Grosvenor 142nd Street stop and approximately 490 to this westbound platform, and approximately 615 meters to the eastbound platform of the future LRT stop in Glenora. As part of the transit-oriented development guidelines, sites flanking an arterial roadway within 400 meters of neighborhood stations are encouraged to be developed with a minimum density of 63 dwelling units per hectare. With the development of 10 principal units of row housing, the site would have an approximate density of 74 dwelling units per hectare. If the site were built with 5 principal dwellings as intended by the applicant, it would result in approximately a density of 37 dwelling units per hectare. The guidelines indicate that 2-story townhomes are appropriate within 400 meters of neighborhood stations, and that 4-story apartment buildings are appropriate on sites along arterial roadways. The proposed RF5 zone is considered to meet the minimum density and built form targets of the guidelines. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning generally aligns with the goals and policies of the city plan. The site is located half a block from Stony Plain Road, which is considered a primary corridor supported by mass transit. This type of corridor supports increasingly dense mixed-use development, which is few and scaled and walkable, supporting both transit and local businesses. The R5 built form is considered an appropriate balance of the increased density encouraged by the city plan, and the context of the site is a single detached housing area. While directing development for Edmonton's next million people, the city plan also recognizes the importance of preserving Edmonton's history. One of the 6 guiding values of the city plan is, "I want to preserve what matters most," which states an intention that Edmonton protects and enhances its image and identity through heritage. This is encouraged through the identification and preservation of historic resources while enhancing and preserving historic resources through ongoing redevelopment processes. Next slide, please. The existing single detached residence located on the site is listed on the inventory of historic resources in Edmonton as the Boucher residence. Built in 1913, the Boucher residence is a 2-story Edwardian 4-square style home, one of the first residences built in Glenora. It is valued for its architecture and its association with Glenora's early settlement period. The Boucher residence was designed by Edward Underwood and commissioned by an early Alberta pioneer, William and Victoria Boucher, who immigrated to Edmonton in 1891. The Boucher residence is in generally poor condition and would require significant investment to address deferred maintenance and rehabilitate it to current building code standards. Administration did receive a letter of non-support from the Old Glenora Conservation Society to this rezoning. In 2018, Urban Planning Committee directed administration to initiate a project to rezone portions of Glenora to DC1 in order to preserve its unique character and encourage the retention of historic resources in the area. At the June 29th, 2021 Urban Planning Committee meeting, a motion was passed to pause the work on the project. The Boucher residence is located within the boundary of the project area. Next slide, please. City administration received feedback from some community members. The most common comments that were received in opposition to the rezoning included that a 10-unit building does not align with the character of the area due to its scale, that privacy could be compromised, on-street parking issues are already prevalent in the area, and a building of this scale will only make things worse. Concerns about vegetation removal and concerns about increased alley traffic in conjunction with the many people and children who use them to walk to school. Next slide, please. Future redevelopment of this corner lot under the R5 zone would allow for increased housing choice in Glenora. While the property is on the inventory of historic resources, it is not currently designated, and therefore administration is supportive of the R5 zone at this location and believes it is consistent with current efforts around infill in Edmonton's mature neighborhoods and in line with the city plan. Administration recognizes the merits of providing opportunities for missing middle housing product and alternatives to single detached housing in Edmonton's core. It is administration's opinion that the site is suitable for the R5 zone and that council should consider approving this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. So first up, Ms. Jerzak, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you for having us back. Good afternoon. Hello, Mr. Mayor again and members of council. My name is Chelsea Jerzak from Situate, and I'm speaking this afternoon about Susan and Drew McIntosh's application to rezone their property in Glenora from the RF1 zone to the RF5 zone. Next slide, please. So the site in question consists of a large lot on 102 Avenue just south of Stony Plain Road near the point where these two roads converge. The lot is on the corner of 102 Avenue and 138th Street and is double wide and very large with a width of over 30 meters and an area of over 1,300 meters squared. Next slide, please. The landowners do have a preliminary development concept to share with you today in their presentation, but being that this application is to rezone to a conventional zone, what I'm showing here on this slide is what the maximum principal building footprint would be under the RF5 zone and the mature neighborhood overlay, or MNO. The MNO requires contextual building setbacks, including a rear setback that's 40% of the lot depth, a front setback that's 20% of the lot depth, and side setbacks that total 20% of lot width. The side setbacks that are shown here are the minimum that would be required on each side on a lot of this width of 30 meters under the RF5 plus MNO. At least 2 meters would be required internally as per the MNO regulation that states that where a site width is 18.3 meters or wider, the minimum interior side setback shall be 2 meters. An additional 1 meter would also be required on either the internal or the flanking side to meet the MNO requirement that the setbacks total 20% of the width. So these setbacks, as required under the MNO, result in an allowable site coverage for a new principal building of about 34%. So this is only 6% more than the maximum site coverage for a principal building allowed in the RF1 zone. The maximum site coverage remains the same no matter how many dwelling units would be built inside any new building. In addition, vehicle access will be provided from the lane as required under the MNO. And although the design process is still very preliminary, the intention is to design a building that activates both the avenue and the street. Next slide, please. In terms of its location in the neighborhood, on this next slide, you can see the nearby transit and bike lanes. The site is about 2 blocks west of Glenora School and about 3 blocks east of the future LRT station on Stony Plain at 142 Street. Next slide, please. The site is also located within one of the primary corridors identified in City Plan, which is Stony Plain Road. City Plan encourages development in primary corridors in the form of mid to high-rise buildings. The proposed rezoning will be smaller in scale than what City Plan calls for along this corridor, but will contribute to the gradual, mindful transition over time that City Plan envisions. Next slide, please. Another reason why we request your support here today is to help increase housing diversity and choice in the neighborhood. The proposed rezoning will add to the housing diversity of Glenora by enabling the development of small-scale multi-unit housing, which is a relatively new housing type for the neighborhood. Next slide. And with regard to heritage, we are aware that the existing house is on the inventory of historic resources. Unfortunately, and as you'll see in Mr. McIntosh's presentation, the house is in a state of severe disrepair, and restoring and preserving it would require the kind of investment that few can afford to undertake, even with grant support from the city. Mr. Art Nystad did an assessment of the existing house and estimated the cost of restoring it to be over $1 million. Mr. Nystad is here today to answer any questions that council might have about the condition of the house. Next slide, please. So with regard to engagement on this application, the project team created a web page at the beginning of the project to post updates about the application, to answer commonly asked questions, and to receive feedback through an embedded Google survey. Next slide. We also dropped off an information letter to adjacent and abutting homes to let the neighbors know about the project and direct them to the web page in an effort to be as transparent as possible about the application, particularly in times of COVID. We also reached out to the Old Glenora Conservation Association and had a meeting with them to share information about the project. Next slide. So to wrap up, I would like to respectfully ask for council's support today on this rezoning application, which will enable a modest development located within a primary corridor and district node. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jerzak. Questions for Ms. Jerzak? Not seeing any. Mr. Booth, you're still questions only?
Yes, that's right.
Any questions for Mr. Booth? Any questions for Mr. Nystad? No? Okay, next up I have Drew McIntosh.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I do have questions.
Oh, you do?
Mr. Nystad, sorry.
No problem. Sorry, I missed you there, Councillor Knack. Councillor Knack with questions for Art Nystad. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, and it wasn't your fault you didn't miss me. I was just a little delayed for it to pop up. So, Mr. Nystad, I guess I wanted to ask you about if you could go into a little detail around the work that you did in order to come up with the submission of how much it would cost, what it would take. I just want to better understand that process, because I think that is going to be one of the things we hear most about when we get to the speakers of opposition.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, your Mayor and Council. I'm Art Nystad, and I prepared a report for the McIntoshes to evaluate or to assess the home and its condition. We did a non-destructive test of the house. It was a visual, both interior and exterior. Went from the top of the house to the bottom of the house into the foundation. We numerous areas that were completely deficient. Several areas of rot through the structural components of the home. The floor is completely breaking up. The walls are completely breaking up. The drainage system is not working because of the trees that have grown through the drainage system over the many years that the house has been there. The roof is in poor shape. The windows are in extremely poor shape. There's severe cracking on the interior walls, both non-structural and structural walls. In a nutshell, it would take an awful lot of money, over $1 million, to bring this house to a condition where it would be accepted by the city, planning department, and inspections department, and let alone to bring it back to a historical value.
Okay. Thank you. And have you done restoration on, or been part of those conversations and helped participate in work on heritage homes?
Yes, I have over the years. In practicing my business in Edmonton for over 40 years. We were instrumental on the Union Bank Hotel to bring that thing back to life when it was told that there was about $200,000 worth of money to put towards it, and we ended up spending over $2 million. The Strathern Hotel, I worked with the contractor to discover some of the areas that weren't picked up. And other properties in Calgary, years ago in California, Los Angeles, San Diego.
You mentioned when you did the work on this home, it was more of a visual, it wasn't so there's almost sort of different tiers of work you could do to help come up with that, correct?
Correct. I mean, I wouldn't go into somebody's home and start breaking apart walls to see what's behind the plaster. I mean, the pictures that we provided, it's evident the plaster in the dining room has fallen completely off the ceilings because of the shifting of the house. There's plaster downstairs that's falling away. There's concrete that's actually lifting off the floor and the walls. There's a lot of, I mean, it's frightening to see this house is actually standing. I hate to say that, but
No, and why I ask is I just wanted to get a sense, being that you have done this for some time over your career, is how reasonable that estimate is based off the level of detail of work that you've done, and sort of a plus minus, because I think that's going to be, again, one of the big conversation points here is that one of the spaces we should be working on, and what would it have taken to get to that point. So I just wanted to get a sense of your sort of confidence level, or if you have a bit of a plus minus when you do this type of work at this particular stage.
No, it's a fair question. It's like doing an appraisal on existing construction or new construction. We do a lot of that for the courts when there's arbitration required. So the numbers, we don't just pull out of the air. We go through the means charts. We go through through a number of contractors, a lot of restoration contractors. We get a lot of numbers from those folks back and forth. It's not just picking numbers. It's reality. It's what this houses would cost to fix. I wouldn't want to put a report together and say I can do it for $100,000 or $300,000. There's no way. And I wouldn't want to say it's $2 million. It's all reasonable. This is extremely, extremely reasonable. I mean, I'm very passionate about restoration in this city. I love the older houses. I love the older buildings. I hate to see the buildings go. I hate to see a lot of some of the buildings in the downtown core get ripped down. But there is a point where they're just not. You can't do anything with them.
Okay. Thank you. I'm out of time. I appreciate that.
Sorry.
No, it's no problem.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. And I see no further questions for Mr. Nystad. So now we'll hear from Drew McIntosh.
Good afternoon, Worshipful Mayor Iveson and City Councilors. My name is Drew McIntosh, and my wife Susan and I own the house and the lot that is the subject of the rezoning application before you today. Thank you so much for taking your time to hear my presentation and to consider this application. Next slide, please. I'd like to start by giving you a bit of background. My wife has lived in this house in Glenora for 30 years. She grew up in the home, and we purchased it from her father's estate in 2015. The two of us have lived here together for 6 years now. When we bought it, we had intentions to preserve the house and memories by renovating and rebuilding to code. However, after we put in quite a bit of initial work, we discovered that the house had some questionable additions and renovations over the years, meaning there's extra work to do to attain modern code compliance. The foundation is cracked and failing, and it's beyond our ability to easily fix. We live in this home and we appreciate its many charms, but as working people, we need to make decisions which are based in financial reality. We operate a hospitality business downtown, and we are invested in the community on many levels. The reality is that it has become financially difficult and increasingly unfeasible for us to maintain our house, even in its current state. We regularly receive offers from builders and developers who would like to buy the house and redevelop the land. This is a unique property in a beautiful neighborhood, and we're deeply committed to our community. Rather than sell, we would like to redevelop the property ourselves in order to ensure that what gets built here would be a thoughtful addition to the neighborhood. We're also planning to live in one of the future units, and therefore we'll be selling directly to our neighbors. This is an amazing opportunity for us, as we will be able to build a corner of the community for people who share our hopes and desires for quality homes in central Edmonton. Besides our current business projects, we've been involved in many community-based endeavors in Edmonton. We've been active and generous supporters of the arts community, volunteered our time and resources to community initiatives in the inner city, and we've worked with newcomers in Edmonton. These are but anecdotes of our lives here. However, it follows that the homes we build will maintain a similar pattern, and I hope this application will be seen as a holistic solution to community building in Glenora. We are not developers and we've never done anything like this before, but we are committed and we're putting in the effort to go through this process to do a great job. We've assembled a team including a planner, architect, and builder in order to accomplish this goal of building 4 new family homes in Glenora. Next slide, please. As you can see on this slide, at this point, the house is in really poor condition. We had architect Art Nystad inspect the building and do an evaluation of how much it would cost to upgrade it to a livable standard. He found 39 separate issues and estimated the cost of upgrading that house to be about $1.2 million. So you already heard from here today. Art is here today and can answer questions. The major issues are that there are many cracks in the walls of the house and in the foundation. The chimney is leaning. The windows need completely replacement. The main floor ceiling is starting to collapse, as you can see in the photo on the left. With all of these issues, it is simply not feasible for us to preserve this house. And even if we did, the house would likely need ongoing repairs and upgrades far beyond what we could afford to do, even with the help of city grants. Next slide, please. When we realized that preservation of the house wasn't an option, we thought about how we could most effectively use the property in a way that would both honor the past and contribute to the future of the neighborhood for years to come. We felt that building a few units of row housing would provide an opportunity for new people and families to enjoy Glenora and make use of the future LRT without having a major impact on our neighbors. We're committed to building something that's beautifully designed and fits with the existing character of the neighborhood. Having one row house building on the lot with large yards will preserve the Garden City variety feel of the neighborhood while allowing more people to live here. Next slide, please. We're also very excited about the city plan and the opportunities it has created to bring more types of housing into our neighborhood, and we want to be a part of making that happen. We know some of the people who have recently moved into Glenora over the last few years. We count them as good friends and neighbors. They clearly love their homes, and they love the neighborhood as much as we do, and indeed any of the other families who live here. We're excited to have an opportunity to build thoughtfully in our community, providing new homes for families in a happy neighborhood. Thank you so much for listening, and hopefully for your support here today. If you have any further questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. McIntosh. Appreciate your presentation. Couple things. Did you have the opportunity to talk to the city about what grants were available and maintenance grants were available?
Yes, thank you for that question. We did, in fact. And at the beginning of when we moved in here, when we purchased the home, we went through the process of the meetings that were held with regards to creating the inventory. We ourselves provided a lot of the information to the process that we knew about the house. We were active participants in it. And so therefore we did have an opportunity to assess and evaluate the kinds of programs that were available. However, I think that the reality is that this house has been kind of added and worked on over the years in many different junctures. And so each of those junctures has created its own set of problems. Right. For example, there are 2 different additions on the home which aren't tied to foundations properly. And so when we start talking about general foundation grants or roof grants, all of these problems exacerbate the issues sort of at an increasing speed. And indeed, there just isn't enough money from the city to be able to accomplish those things.
The other thing I was curious about, you showed a rendering, and I don't know if is that sort of the style of project you'd like to do? It kind of looks like a big house.
We have been going through a couple of different very conservative, design element choices. What we want to do is we want to build a nice row house unit that will have, I believe that our current goal is 4 units that will create something that looks like it does fit in this neighborhood.
Right.
Sorry, I had my presentation up, so I didn't quite see which slide made the final. But we're working with Mr. Nystad to design something which features contemporary value, but also speaks to the class and the aesthetic that we hope to see in the neighborhood.
Yeah, so you might be trying to incorporate one of the historic styles, say an homage or something to that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Very much. We're trying to build something in a classic neighborhood. We are fans generally of modern architecture. However, that is not what would be the best thing here. And one of the reasons that we had a very cordial and engaging, informative meeting with the Old Glenora Conservation Association was to sort of feel those subjects out and to allay our interest in, building something which fits that historical, the historical cadence sort of the neighborhood.
So
we're not trying to build modernist architecture.
You're not going to do a geodesic dome.
No.
But so you would, your goal might be then is a casual visitor wouldn't see that as something that was a sore thumb.
I think a casual visitor would see it as something that was, like, our goal is, like I say, our goal is to live in a beautiful row house in Glenora.
Yeah.
So that, I think, is a real primary consideration, that this isn't just a real estate flip deal, that this is something we've spent the last few years kind of looking for possibilities and solutions and things that would make sense here. And so very much we're committed to building something that is pleasing to the community.
And finally, I thought I saw five units, but you're now talking 4 units. Are you not sure about that?
4 units is our current plan. In fact, I think 5 was the initial plan, and going through the process of conceptual design, we settled on 4 for a few reasons. Because we think that is sort of the space that we can provide the missing middle, the so-called missing middle home, the right square footage to make it a family-style home and not a condo apartment, and just the way that that things would fit on the lot. That's our plan. Yeah, is to build 4 units.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. McIntosh, for the presentation. So appreciating what you suggested that 4 is your goal. I wouldn't mind just asking, because and I know we're talking about a standard zone, which at some point you're allowed to do different options, but in the slide deck, the presentation shows, I think, multiple numbered homes, at least up to 7. The 8's probably being blocked behind the tree in that rendering. And I just wanted to get a sense of, so this is sort of a draft rendering of where you're headed, and you've shifted your thinking from doing, because you could do a bunch of narrow homes like I think you're showing in that image, but you'd like to do something else that's maybe larger units in that same design. That's what you're suggesting now.
Right. Sorry. And again, I had my presentation open that I was reading, so I wasn't looking at what was there. But the rendering that we're talking about is actually sunken patios, and so those are 2 doors, but the primary access door is street level. And so when you're looking at it, one could mistake that for multiple doors, but that's a 4-unit. It's a rendering of a 4-unit brownstone. And the thing about all of this is that we've heard lots of different considerations, and what we're trying to do is mitigate those as best we can with design elements that augment the value, but also take away the concerns such as traffic, parking, and the sounds of the roads and all those sorts of things for the residents, including us, in these homes.
Okay. Councillor McKean was asking you about the different grants you looked at, and what, I don't know how much we want to get into the weeds, but I think it is permitted, because the heritage consideration is an important part of the zoning applications. So I guess what I was curious about is, how far off were you, like, in terms of trying to get access to different programs, what was available to you? We heard sort of a total of what it would cost to ultimately bring it back to a state and I'm curious just what actually might have been available to you. I think that's permitted. I'll double check with Ms. Inkpen to see if it's fair to ask about that in the sense of heritage preservation.
Yeah, Councillor, in the sense that you're looking at seeking or discussing the heritage preservation, I agree that that is a valid consideration.
Okay, great. So with that in mind, I'd love to get your response to that if you could, please.
I believe that that there was a grant for $75,000 that we would yeah, there was a number of different programs that we had looked at. As I say, I'm not a developer. These aren't figures I have in my head, but we talked about there was a combo grant for foundations. There was I would actually defer this. This is something that is not my expertise. As I said, I work in the hospitality industry, and so the actual specifics of the grants I don't know, but
okay.
Yeah, there was about $150,000 in grants we believe that were available.
Okay. So we're talking in the order of on top of that, then another $1 million or so is what you'd be looking at from yourselves. Okay.
And in the interim, we did spend money, like good money on upgrading an electrical panel and doing all these sorts of things. As we got into the house, things were in decent shape in the sense that there were issues that existed. Time and other sorts of factors in the last few years with changes in heavy equipment running down these roads and these sorts of things with other construction programs have, in my estimation, accelerated the deterioration. So when we first moved in, we started to do some of the work that we were looking at, and we reclad one of the ceilings in the living room and this sort of thing. There was one evening we were just sitting there thinking, oh, I can't wait until we get these things done. And then that's when we heard the plaster in the dining room start to tear. And so it was this process where we were on board to do that work, and we were thinking that was what we wanted to do. And the issues just sort of started to roll in one after another outside of our scope of ability to mitigate them.
Okay. The last question I have is going to be related to engagement. I know it talks about some of that in the report. We've heard some of that presented today. Can you talk a little bit more in detail about the engagement that occurred with the Conservation Association? And then if you were to have this opportunity, if this was supported, what you would expect engagement to look like with groups like the Conservation Association if you were to go forward with this?
Sure. Well, what we did was we had a preemptive meeting. We called them, and we called a meeting with them to introduce ourselves first and foremost as neighbors, and to sort of explain how we ended up as the owners of this house in our own present condition, and that Susie grew up here in this home and in this neighborhood. And so we had a really nice, cordial, friendly conversation where we talked about some of our goals and objectives. And that ultimately they said that if there was not going to be a hard preservation on this home, that they didn't have anything further to contribute. But we are willing to talk to them further, and we as I say, we had a proactive meeting with them. So we're trying to accomplish this in a cordial and neighborly fashion, because it's a sensitive issue in that we want to live here. And so we're not in this to cause any fights with neighbors. We're not in this to cause any problems. We're in it to build a value structure that lets us live here and lets other families like ours live here. And so we are very open to discussing with the community what that looks like. And if there are any major concerns that we agree are major concerns, then we can work to alleviate them.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
My questions have been asked and answered, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. Next, then would be speakers registered in opposition. First up will be Barbara Finlay. Barbara, are you there?
I am.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Barbara Finlay, and I'm appearing before you once again on behalf of the Old Glenora Conservation Association to draw attention to the continuing erosion of historical resources in Old Glenora due to demolition and redevelopment. The application before you to rezone a property to RF5 will mean that one of the very oldest homes in Glenora, architecturally designed and listed on the City of Edmonton's inventory of historical resources as a rare and intact example of a classic Edwardian four-square style residence, will end up as a pile of debris and carted off to landfill. Edmonton will lose another link to its past, and once more Edmonton's story will be diminished. The city will move one step closer to eradicating the character that differentiates old neighborhoods from bland new developments. The subject of this rezoning application is a property with a home built in 1913, and I know that from administration you've heard some description of this property. It was built by early Edmonton pioneers, and for this reason, it's culturally important. It's architecturally important to the City of Edmonton as it was designed by Edward Underwood, a distinguished architect who had arrived in Edmonton in 1910. And in the package I think that you will have from the city clerk, you will have more details about the home. Details do include a bell-cast roof, front full width veranda, which you won't have seen from some of those pictures because, in fact, I think the house used to front on 102nd, and now there's been a side porch addition, and it now seems to front onto 138th Street, and the veranda is obliterated by a lot of vegetation and overgrowth. There are decorative whalebone barge boards, original fenestration on the windows, such as single-hung wood sash windows and multiple paned windows, an original wooden paneled entrance door, and a substantial internal red brick chimney. The property also plays an important environmental role as it provides significant green space and mature century-old trees consistent with the Garden City suburb planning movement upon which this area's layout was designed in 1911. Many years ago, I first appeared before members of this city council, actually not this one, the previous one, in an attempt to draw attention to the value heritage properties bring to the overall character of our city, both from a social history perspective and a built history perspective. Glenora, with its rich stock of early 20th century homes that had been primarily architecturally designed, was beginning to lose properties to demolition as the city pursued new development guidelines. When the Glenora Inventory of Historic Resources was completed and published in 2017, the value of the built heritage in Glenora was documented and confirmed. I had hoped that with the confirmation, the city would see the value of this asset to the entire city and be motivated to provide some protection so that it would not be lost to future generations. Sadly, that has not come to pass, and here we are today evaluating an application to rezone, which will result in the loss of another heritage home, a civic asset. I urge you to reject this application. Perhaps it is time to reject the notion that the market will decide when it comes to redevelopment and stick your neck out in support of retaining heritage properties before they are basically obliterated from our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Finley. Questions for Ms. Finley?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question.
Go ahead, Councillor Baingut.
Thank you. Ms. Finley, there are quite a few properties in the city. They're on historic resources list there. Could you tell me why this property of that much more importance than the others?
It's not necessarily more important than others, but it is part of a neighborhood in Edmonton that has been recognized by a national consultant as being a significant area in terms of social history, in terms of built history. And so what I'm trying to tell you is that this is basically a term that was used in a latter presentation. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. It is one more house that is on the inventory that's been allowed to deteriorate because there are very few incentives to retain heritage homes when there's a profit motive involved. And this home could be maintained. And on a double lot, even an injection of $1 million would not result in a home that's overpriced for this area. So I think it's important that we say heritage is important, and sometimes it becomes a primary consideration over and above other considerations. I don't know if that's answered your question.
Oh, I did. So just to push you further into this thing, I probably know the answer anyway. If this property in question was yours and you were asked to absorb a $1 million loss, would you do it?
How are you suggesting that it would be $1 million loss?
Well, that's what we heard from the restoration people.
I don't think they said it would be a loss. I think they said it would cost $1 million to restore.
Yeah, cost $1 million, but somebody has to offer that money. Are you insinuating that city should be increasing their grant, or how should we handle it?
Many years ago, when we appeared, I think before the Urban Planning Committee, it was in conjunction with a report from the heritage planners about ways that heritage properties could be encouraged to be retained in this city. And there were a number of suggestions that they brought forward. And not one of them was really considered by City Council at that time. But I do think there needs to be the implementation of some policies that, first of all, I think this city needs to provide leadership in terms of heritage retention. And I think that the thinking around heritage has to change, or this city is going to annihilate most of what we've got residentially. And I think that would be so sad. It takes away from the diversity of housing in the city. It takes away from a character that often people find very appealing as tourists. I just think that on many different levels, heritage is very valuable. And in many cases, it's not valued when it comes to a development question.
Okay, so based on the condition of the house, I haven't seen it, but what everybody described it as, do you think we shouldn't worry about the safety and security of these folks?
I think it's too bad that this house has been allowed to deteriorate. If people aren't motivated to maintain a home, a brand new house built today will not look the same in 5 years if it isn't cared for, if drainage isn't addressed, if a crack appears and it's not addressed for 10 or 15 years, all of a sudden these things multiply. I happen to live in a house that was built in 1914. And I recognize that you need to provide maintenance. And if a house isn't maintained, if it isn't loved, it will deteriorate.
Okay, but the proponents are saying that they have this house only for a few years. It was somebody else's before. So on considering their sentimental value, why they got this property for, you think it's unreasonable for them to somehow go back and do what you're asking?
You mean to infuse it?
They had no control over it, about the condition of the house it is in before.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Yeah, so when these folks, I guess, bought or got the house from somebody else, their ancestors, they had, they got it sort of in this condition, which may have further deteriorated. But how are these folks to be blamed for not upkeeping the maintenance?
I'm simply saying that this home sits on a double lot, and an infusion of $1 million to restore it would not put it beyond a reasonable assessed value on a double lot. It's not that it's out of character with what you might expect for a restoration.
Fair enough, thanks.
Any other questions for Ms. Finley? Not seeing any. Let's go next to Lynn Odinsky. Lynn, are you there?
I am. Sorry about that.
No worries. Go ahead.
As you know, one of the city's guiding values is I want to preserve what matters most. And if you go to the city's website describing this value and you click on preserve, one of the things that comes up is a video about McKinnon Ravine. It tells the story of how it came to be and why it looks quite different today and from other ravines in the city. The answer is quite surprising. It was about to become a freeway, but a group of citizens living adjacent to it objected. They wanted to retain the ravine's natural environment rather than fill it with concrete. And today, it is part of our much-loved river valley. We feel the same way about losing Glenora's historic Garden City streetscape every time a historic house is demolished. Much of Glenora was planned as a garden city, a popular approach to city building in the early 1900s, reflecting the natural environment of the ravines and river valley that surround it, was a key city planning principle when Old Glenora was first developed. If this proposal is approved, what we will lose is the key elements of the Garden City suburb. And this has been happening repeatedly in Glenora. This will be the 11th historic home to be demolished since the Glenora Historic Inventory was completed in 2017. And if we lose this home, we will also lose the key defining elements of the Garden City. When we spoke with the current owners in April, we asked if they might consider building a development consistent with the heritage character of Old Glenora. They said no, they didn't think it would be marketable, and they wanted to build a brownstone development similar to what you would see on the eastern seaboard. This city council heard just, I think even as part of this public hearing, but it's become a bit blurred, about a building on 104th Street where there was much discussion about how you might retain parts of the building or aspects of the building so that you would retain the historic character of 104th Street. There was also a discussion a few weeks ago about the Ritchie Mill. A new development was proposed that would incorporate the old structure with the new. The DC1 provision that was effectively stopped by the Urban Planning Committee on June 29th contained with it recommendations of how owners of these historic properties could in fact redevelop these historic homes in a way that would enable us to maintain the historic character as well as enable redevelopment in the area. The owners of this property fully intend to undertake a very costly development of 4 proposed row houses. The depiction that we saw today and that we saw earlier when we met with them does not incorporate or reflect the characteristics of the existing home. We would like to ask that this application not be approved, and that the owners be asked to go back and consider how in fact they could bring forward a proposal that would more effectively represent the heritage of the city, of this home, and be more consistent with the Garden City design. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Odinsky, questions? Councillor McKean? Or are you on for admin?
I think I'm on for admin. I must have jumped the gun.
Okay. Anyone else with questions for Ms. Odinsky? Hearing none. Oh, Councillor Knack. I wondered if you were trying to click on there.
Sorry, yeah, sorry. I well, thank you, Ms. Odinsky, for your presentation today. And so, I know it's been, well, and you said stopped, and I know the motion said paused, and hopefully we can actually see that work advanced. If we think back to what was in development, this site, the 102 Avenue area sub-area, was proposed for additional developments. I think the zone or the proposals would have allowed for at least duplex and semi-detached on this one, whereas the other two areas were quite a bit more restrictive. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Councillor Knack, I missed the beginning of your question.
My apologies. I was just wondering what was being developed, and I hope this is still in line, and Ms. Incan can jump in if I'm not, but what was being proposed for the 102nd Avenue sub-area was a bit different than the other two sub-areas in the historic zoning, in the Old Glenora sub-area and the Capitol Hill. This was the area that did allow for I would say additional development rights compared to the other two. Is that correct?
Councillor Knack, I think you may be right, but quite honestly, I don't recall exactly where it ended. Perhaps Ms. Finley could answer the question.
What I'll do, because I know the mayor will step in and won't let me, when we get to new information, maybe we can chat about that too, Ms. Finley, and we'll come back then, because I just wanted to dig into that point a little bit. So I'll leave it for now, and then maybe at new information we can chat about that. Thank you.
And Councillor Knack, just per your request, I would just caution that we not focus too much or put too much weight on something that is on pause at the moment. So I've just, in terms of digging into it.
Yeah, we've been down that road and cautioned. Understand the tension around it, though, certainly. Councillor McKean?
Which may blow up my question. We'll see. Listen carefully. I think it's for Ms. McCabe. And the Urban Planning Committee decision around a very similar project. We were dealing with one across the avenue redevelopment. And what struck me about our discussion was that we were going to take a more community-wide holistic view at heritage. And we're talking about heritage today. And that the other thing that came up for me, which I thought was significant, was an equity lens, GBA plus lens. When we look at these particular development proposals, and that sort of sent us back to look more globally with maybe a different lens at these things. Am I remembering that correctly?
That's a correct assessment to the discussion, Councillor McKean.
Yeah. And again, I see Mr. Ash is on the call. I'm going to ask Mr. Ash a question. And it seems to me this is a very, the tension here is this is a significant part of our built heritage, this home. Mr. Ash, if you're still there. Is it, am I correct? I mean, in reading and hearing from our, the two strong advocates in Glenora, this is, this would be considered an important heritage home.
Yes, it's important for, you know, its connection to the early settlement period in Glenora. It was evaluated and confirmed for addition to the inventory by the Edmonton Historical Board. So yeah, from my perspective, I consider all properties that have been confirmed for addition to the inventory to be significant.
Fair enough. So I don't want us to take this one because the tension here is that a heritage property plus the evidence before us from the applicant and his consultant around the costs of restoring it, and knowing that a city grant would be significant but paltry compared to the overall cost, plus our city plan goals for more density on corridors like 102, plus a more holistic look at heritage across the city, plus applying an equity lens to say, I think that a diversity of housing in an area which is quite exclusive might be the exact kind of thing that we value.
Councillor McKeon, if there's a question there, I'm not sure, but I would say that's exactly the tension in front of council right now and types of decisions that you're making every single time that we're at public hearing. And with this application in particular, the trade-off about equity, heritage, density, and the type of city that we're collectively trying to build with Edmontonians.
Plus property rights. The only way we could stop this, as I understand it, is to force designate, as far as I understand. Uh-oh.
Yep, you're correct.
Okay.
Just wanting to confirm that for you, Councillor McKeon.
I thought I was getting in trouble again. Okay, well, you could, I sort of wanted to get that confirmed, Ms. McKay, because it just, to me, articulates the tension around a decision like this. It's not even binary. There's a lot of factors come to play. And I'll stop there. I see Councillor Knack has questions. So.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And maybe the missinction, I guess, where I struggle, similar to Councillor McKeon on this, is that I think really before us is that tension of a bit more of a binary decision, because right now we have a program which does not appear to be doing enough to preserve these homes, or is not enough in terms of financial piece that allows for the preservation. But that's not true. Like we're allowed to discuss heritage today, we're allowed to discuss that consideration, but even if we said no, the property owner has the right to tear down the home today, and the only other tool the city has is that forced designation. Is that correct?
You're correct, Councillor Knack. So it would have to be a designation through the Historic Resources Act. And I'll just sort of remind you to bring this all back now. What we're really asking for is this an appropriate land use? And I completely agree with Councillor McKeon. There's a number of considerations and tensions in that decision, but really today what you're being asked is this an appropriate land use for this parcel of land?
But it is fair to talk about this heritage piece, because unlike many other land use considerations, very few properties are on the heritage inventory. So that is a relevant piece for us today to factor in.
Yes, absolutely, Councillor.
Okay. are you then, I guess I just would want to understand, that's probably not relevant. I wanted to ask what that process looks like if you go down that further path, because, and I guess maybe it is relevant because we are being asked from some of the speakers today to say no, but saying no doesn't actually get the outcome that they're looking for, because that doesn't actually guarantee preservation. You would have to go a further step. And can you provide a bit of background on that? Is that fair to ask today?
Yeah, I think that that's a relevant consideration given that we're talking about an inventory home. The process of designation will require, as you guys are quite familiar with, the preparation and passage of a bylaw by City Council. In the event that there wasn't a participating landowner, there are a bit of timelines, and I think Mr. Ash would be able to speak a little bit more comprehensively about that on his end, but it would take some time. But of course, once we started the process, there would be a bit of a moratorium on demolition of that property until a bylaw was actually passed by council. So, but Mr. Ash, I invite you to add anything to that.
Yes, please, Mr. Ash.
Sorry, in terms of what would be required if the council determined they wanted to proceed with designation?
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to make sure I fully, I remember having this process walked through a few times, but being we're here today talking about a heritage property, I want to understand what that looks like.
Okay.
Especially if you don't have a participating owner in that.
If we didn't have, so the city manager, at your direction, would issue a notice of intention to designate the property. 60 days later, that would initiate a period of time of between 60 and 120 days, at which point we would return with a bylaw to designate the property. Assuming we didn't have the owner's consent and there was some kind of dispute over compensation that was required, it would then go to the Land Compensation Board to determine what was fair compensation in this case. It's not something that we have ever done because there's so much uncertainty about it. Our approach as a city has always been to encourage the willing participation of the property owner.
Yeah, the province has a different tool. They can be more direct, but we don't have that same ability.
No, we must compensate the property owner for lost economic value. Typically,
and it's not just the lost value of the home, it's the highest and best use. Is that correct?
I believe there's some uncertainty about that, what that would be, because it's never actually been tested.
Sure. Okay. All right. I think I'm out of time. I might have more, but let's see. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for administration? If not, then let's loop back to new information. Mr. Zach?
I will just mention, as I was in attendance at the Urban Planning Committee on June 29th, that I think there are many willing stakeholders here on this call to participate in the heritage resource management strategy that might, holistically address a lot of the questions that are coming up here today. So I will look forward to that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Zach on the new information? No? Mr. Booth or Mr. Nystad, any new information?
Nothing from me.
Mr. McIntosh?
Yeah, I do have some new information. First, I would just like to thank Ms. Finley and Ms. Odinsky for fiercely defending their perspective. We really appreciate that. And to speak to this notion of heritage, I think that people need to think about what the heritage that we're talking about is, and that the heritage that we are here to rebuild, sort of, or to continue to build. Not to espouse a nativist perspective, but I'm a fifth generation Edmontonian. My family homesteaded in Glory Hills, Northwest Territories, which is now near Stony Plain, Alberta, 1889. we've been left with poems from one of my ancestors named John Willey, who wrote about hauling grain from Stony Plain to the Granary Exchange, which was down here on about 103rd, 104th and Jasper. And this is very interesting, and I think about this constantly, is that this man made his way down this road, and he would have passed by this building, you know? And the information that Susan carries with her about this house and about this neighborhood and the people who came here before her, be they from her family or other families, she is the last person to really have this information. And so when we talk about the heritage of this place and we talk about us doing what we can do to build a home for ourselves, to build a family home for us, for our families, our family, and for other families, this is part of honoring the heritage of the area. And we have a disagreement as to what the style of the house might look like or whatever, but we've had engagement with our neighbors. We offered them, we asked them for suggestions on designs. We asked them for what they might consider to be important, and they ended the conversation with us. They said that we have no more further comment for you, but we've always maintained an open door with our neighbors on this conversation. We've gone back and had good chats with folks, and we've come to some understanding with some people. And the idea of rezoning all of the houses on this avenue to enable multifamily housing of somebody else's choosing is what we're sort of missing here. In the perspective that other people want is for there to be up and down duplexes and garden suites, multifamily homes, but those are new uses for houses. Those are new uses being presented. Those are not heritage considerations, and that's a very extreme position to take, I think. And so, as I say, we are trying as a family to rebuild and continue to live in central Edmonton, and that's what we're trying to do. And that's it. Thank you very much. That's my new info.
Questions for Mr. McIntosh on the new information? No? Okay. Thank you. Ms. Finlay, new information?
I don't think I have new information, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Odinsky?
One of the things that I've heard today is about how costly it will be to restore the house. But I haven't heard what it will cost to build the proposed 4 or 5 unit row house development. Is that information available?
Again, it's not really a Q&A session, but understood that you have that question, Lynn. It's broadly speaking, sort of economic viability of development can be a consideration for us, but it's not the primary consideration, and we don't ask for, typically see performas with that kind of detail in them. So we don't have that information before us.
Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Odinsky? Not seeing any. Any questions for administration on the new information arising from the new information? Sorry, Mr. Neistad?
No, I was just wondering if I needed to address anything, but I don't think so at this point.
Okay, understood.
Sorry, Your Honor.
No, no worries, thank you. All right. Councillor McKean?
Mr. Mayor, at this point, I would be moving closure of the public hearing on 334.
Okay.
On closure of the public hearing, please vote.
Yes, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. just missing Councillor Paquette's vote.
I am a yes.
Thank you. We have 9 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I would move first reading and then speak to it.
Sure.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Banga. Okay. Speaking to it, go ahead, Councillor McKean.
Well, and I'm reminded that this will be the last time that I will speak to this chamber from this perch. And maybe not an issue that I would have loved to have been my final, to offer my final point of view, but because this has been a struggle all the way along for me, on my 8 years on council. And I want to start by thanking Barbara Finley and Lynn Odinsky for being such staunch advocates for built heritage in Edmonton. They are here every time and very articulate and eloquent in their defense. And I totally get it. And you know, I blanched a little bit at the comment of a lack of leadership, because I think we did try and spent considerable dollars on a heritage overlay for Glenora. And then ran into, I think, a reminder from the broad community that heritage is all over the city, and we needed to take a broader look at it. And then we got another reminder that we are duty-bound now to look at all issues through a GBA plus lens. And that is a lens that demands of us that we consider equity and consider all Edmontonians. And so that sort of twisted our thinking on it, not in a bad way. It just changed the lens a little bit on it. And then we have the city plan, which says major corridors like 102 Ave should draw more density to them to take advantage of arterial roads and transit corridors like that. So I'm struck by that as well, of course. And then, of course, property rights. Private property rights have always come into play, and here we heard today, I think sincerely, from a property owner that they can't afford to spend the money required to bring this thing back up to snuff, or if they were going to invest money, they were going to meet the terms that I just described around diversity and equity and density along our corridors. And so there's always been this tension in this, and it's never, I don't know, I guess there's tension in every decision we make, and it's hard to make these decisions. It has been particularly challenging, I think it is for probably everybody on council, to disappoint people. It's not fun disappointing people. And yet, I see merits to this proposal. And I heard from the proponents that they sincerely want to work with the community and see if they can design and construct a multifamily unit that will fit into the landscape of Glenora. And I take them at that they are sincere about that. So I'm going to try to use up all my 5 minutes. No, I'm not. But I will take a moment to thank, which I think I failed to do last time. I think I certainly want to thank the planning staff, all of you. Stephanie, your team is amazing. And the advice we get from you all the time it's not always helpful because it means we have to make tough decisions. But, or it doesn't help us when we have to make tough decisions. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank the city clerks and their efforts so graciously to run these meetings. So feeling a little bit verklempt at the moment. Apologies to Ms. Finley and to Ms. Odinsky that I'm not going to vote the way you want me to vote, but I do this with many values at play. And perhaps the values I brought to this role 8 years ago was fairness, one of fairness, and what is fair, and that's hard to define sometimes, but I think what's fair to the future citizens of Edmonton, to people who might be able to afford to move into Glenora. And I'm running out of steam, aren't I? And I'm over time. I did think I'd go 5 minutes, but anyways, I'll be supporting this. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be around for 2 more weeks. Try the scones in the hallway.
Well, you lost the over-under already, so I'll let you go a little over there. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm torn on this because, I mean, I think back to the item we talked about I guess what was that, 2 months ago or just before the break, the application on 136th. And at that time, I put forward a motion to wait to make those decisions until we had finished the pause so that we could maybe finish the work that I think had already been started. And that was defeated by a majority of council, and so I didn't feel it was appropriate to yet again do a motion that I don't think would be reasonable or in good faith to bring again. But I still think it is important for that work to finish. And what makes this particular application a little more challenging is the fact that, unlike the one we were talking about not too long ago, this is on our inventory. And it is never easy to be losing any of these homes that are listed on this inventory list. And I recognize that, as a city, we haven't been able to do everything we would like to do. But I would have preferred to have seen any types of these applications in these areas come back only once we had finished that work. With that said, I then voted in favor of the other application a few months ago because based on the key question of, is it an appropriate land use, I felt it was. And this is where I'm looking, this is part of the same issue this time around. In terms of this particular site on 102nd Avenue, it is an appropriate land use to have an RF5 zone. So separating out everything else, I don't see a reasonable argument in terms of if that zone is appropriate for there. The thing is, we can't separate out these arguments, which is what creates this complication and this challenge before us. But where I'm left with today, as much as I feel like I would prefer to finish all the heritage work, we had that debate and it's not happening. So it's going to be up to the next council to, I hope, actually finish that work for an area that does have some very unique considerations. But because that's not an available option to us today, I don't see how I can vote against this today. We need to figure out a better plan for the heritage pieces in this neighborhood. We need to maybe have a conversation about the grants that are available. If that's what is causing a challenge, are there needs to revisit that in a way that can help address maybe some of these very unique circumstances? But when I weigh this out with everything else that we've discussed over the years, I feel that it is an appropriate land use, even though we should be dealing with something else. So I will support this, and I recognize that'll be disappointing for folks as well, for some, and for others, our applicants, they'll be quite excited, I'm sure. My ask of the applicants, because I recognize this is a standard zone and that there is nothing holding you to any of this, is that you do take, if you truly mean what you have said today, that you take the time, if this is to be approved, and really engage with this group that does so much work in conservation and try to do everything possible to help make this something that the vast majority of this community can get behind, because there are some very unique considerations here. So I'm going to take you at your word that this is a place you want to live in and you plan to live in, and that you will then work with these community members who have also been around for a very long time, actively working to try to help make sure we don't lose some very special things in this community. So I'll support this, and just appreciate everyone's time, and thank you for coming out today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Walters, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
It seems fitting that the last thing we're going to talk about is the collision point between the city's history, which is extraordinary on its own right, and the city's future as embodied in many of our planning documents, and our aspirations and our strategies. And there is a healthy tension there, and I'm grateful to Ms. Finlay and Ms. Adinsky for coming forward on each of these to raise those questions, because I think the city does believe that there is value in finding a way to preserve more heritage homes. The challenge is, realistically, we can't save all of them. We don't have a strong set of, I mean, we talk about carrot and sticks a lot, and the stick is actually the thing that holds the carrot out, which is, so people use carrot and sticks wrong all the time, but we don't have enough carrots to incent preservation of all of the homes that we would like to, and we never will. So that is one of the practical constraints that we're operating within. Notwithstanding, we've been able to designate and preserve some wonderful homes over the years, and more will come thanks to the inventory over time. But it really does require to work a willing landowner with that vision and desire to invest, and a property that's in a suitable condition where it's feasible to do that. And that's not always the case. And we've heard some evidence here today that this property is sort of past feasible repair. But that's not really the decision that's before us today. It's a consideration, but the real question that's before us, and why I think we keep running into this, is that where you have a site that makes sense and might be economically viable and desirable to redevelop, proponents are looking to the signals we've sent in all of our planning documents about the direction we need to go in the city. And I think it has to be possible to coexist. And the density itself, I think, may allow for some different things to happen on this site. I recognize with conventional zoning we can't dictate the architectural style, but we can't on 103rd Avenue, where there are some stunning, very modern, even postmodern houses. I met up with a friend for a walk in Old Glenora, and we were cruising up and down some of the streets, admiring some of the really brash infill that is not at all in keeping with the heritage character of the neighborhood. But I don't think it diminishes the neighborhood. I think if we lost all the heritage housing, that would be a tragedy. But you need willing owners. You have to be strategic about what you can keep. Some houses are on the inventory that may or may not be viable. And so I think we need to be realistic that we won't be able to save every one of those. And where a property is going to be redeveloped, quite frankly, under the existing zoning today, someone can build something stylistically very out of keeping with what was there previously. So that's also a reality at this point. But making the opportunity available to more households to not just leverage the roads and the pipes and the sidewalks and the proximity to the phenomenal amenities that are close by in this wonderful neighborhood, but also ensuring that there are more, at least relatively speaking, affordable opportunities to do that, because I'm pretty sure the replacement postmodernist houses on the 50-foot lots are not not terribly affordable, relatively speaking, either. And so there is a collision of a lot of different policy questions here, and I think there's more work to do on heritage to try to be able to preserve more of the houses where that's viable and where there are owners, and to see if we can strategically align enough of the carrots out there to get that to happen more often. But we don't have, to abuse the metaphor, the sticks necessary or the power to force people into making heritage houses that are non-viable viable again. And so we're going to keep finding ourselves in this position as the city ages. And that's tough, but that's what city council is there to do, is weigh those trade-offs. And in this case, I'm interested to see what can come with this zoning on this site. So I'll be voting in favor today. I'll take the chair back and see if anyone else wants to go. No? Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
First reading.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Banga, and I believe I heard Councillor Paquette with a yes as well, so we have 9 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move second reading on 334.
Seconder,
Yes.
Councillor Banga. Okay. Please vote. Second reading.
Yes, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Thank you, Councillors Katarina and Paquette. And just missing Councillor Banga.
Oh, that was a yes in double sense.
Thank you. We have 9 votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I will move consideration of third reading on the bylaw.
Second.
Please vote
Yes, Madam
to
Clerk.
allow third reading to proceed.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes.
Councillors Katarina, Banga, and Paquette. We have 9 votes.
And that's carried.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, on my final formal act, City Council, I'll move third reading of Charter Bylaw 19851.
I'll second that for our honorable councillor.
Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillors Katarina and Banga.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. And we have 9 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. That is carried. Well, and it's 5:30. It's a Labor Day miracle. I want to thank the planners too. It's been an honor working with you folks and the clerks. I missed the clerks in the concentric circle on Tuesday, but they really are at the heart of keeping these things working. And to my colleagues on council, it's been an honor serving with you.